Let's see, are we live? We are live with excellent connection. Perfect. Have we got video picture? Yes, we do. All right. Apologies, the quality of this won't be as good, but I have some jobs to do today anyway, taking apart some gaming PCs, building some others. Probably not enough to do a full video on, so I thought, why don't we do it live? So I'm going to be tearing down a Fractal Terra build. We're going to be building up a Corsair 3000D build and building up a Fractal Focus 2 build as well. Bringing you guys along for the ride. Of course, ask any PC questions you want in the chat or in the comments after this is uploaded. Let's do it. So to show you through the stream, we have obviously this webcam, not the highest quality, it's just a Brio. We've got the overhead cam here that's going to be the bulk of everything. We've also got another camera back there, sort of a wider angle shot of what's going on. This is a bit of a proof of concept thing, so if you like it, then I could do more with a better setup. But why don't we just crack on? Mr. Owl, straight in the chat. How you doing, my friend? How are you doing, my friend? Right. I can't believe that chat window thing's actually working. I'm such a scuffed streamer. Right, overhead. Good. Perfect. Right, here we go. This camera looks great. It's overhead cam. Right, so Fractal Terra build here. We just finished filming a video with this, and it looks fantastic. You know, if I can show you on the overhead cam, but it's got this RTX 5070 Asus Prime in it. Fits beautifully inside this case. Looks amazing. And then on the other side, we've got the CPU and everything like that. So we've got the AXP 120X67 cooler. I think this is probably the best AM5 cooler in terms of when you balance everything up. It's got great cooling, great price, only 30 quid, 67mm tall, so it's going to fit in most ITX builds perfectly. We've got a Thermalright power supply here, which I recently learned are actually OEM'd by Cooler Master, apparently. So that's probably a little way to save money as well. What are you up to today, Mr. Owl? And then I can show you the top as well. There we go. So it's a really cool sandwich case, the Fractal Terra. What can I say? What's the CPU in this one? So it's a 7800X3D, which I'll show you in a minute. So it's a really good little combo because the 5070 is pretty good sort of mid-range. It's actually quite a good price at the moment. You can get the black ones for like £460 now, and the 7800X3D you can get for under £300. So it makes it a really good little combo for 1440p gaming, in my opinion. You know, the Radeon 9070 is another good option if you're a bit anxious about the VRAM, so either way, but I think the 7800X3D is fantastic, especially for ITX, because these cases, they are not the best for cooling, they never are. So the 7800X3D is a lot easier to cool than a 9800X3D, and the performance difference, it is there, but it's not a huge difference, so unless you're trying to get the cutting edge CPU performance, the 7800X3D is really perfect, and that's what I've got on my own PC. Who else is in there? Gene McCurdy, what a name. How you doing, Gene? I'm surprised you've got people at 2 PM on a Monday, but you know, I love it. I love the engagement. I think, yeah, I agree, Al. You know, 5070 is a good value GPU, I think. You know, everyone's slagging off NVIDIA at the moment, but the 5070 is actually bringing some decent value. 9800X3D, so it is easier to cool compared to something like you know, Intel 4900K or something, but the power usage is higher. So usually with the 7800X3D at max load, you're going to be hitting around sort of 100 watts, whereas with the 9800X3, you're probably going to be hitting 130, 140 watts when you push it all the way. So it's a bit more cooling that you need to do with it. Not that you can't do it with 9800X3D. I would just set a 75 degrees curve optimizer in the BIOS just to keep that noise level down. So 75 degree TJ max with a -20 curve optimizer is what I meant to say, because that will keep the temperatures under control. And really in gaming, it's not going to go over 75. It's only for those really big CPU loads, particularly when you're like preloading the shaders in the games, like that cranks your CPU to 100%. So rather than have your PC sound like it takes off, I just thermal limit 75C. It's a pretty good little point. Critical Hit 96 in the chat. So, hey, I'm building your GameMax Infinity build. Oh my gosh, you know, that's a bit of a throwback actually. That's quite an old video. I've got a GameMax Infinity back here that I'm going to be doing a real budget system in. I got some RTX 5060s for £210 the other day. So I'm going to be putting those in with a Ryzen 5500 with a low-end motherboard for some sort of cheap Christmas PCs. So yeah, what does it say? Anything you would change now since then? So with the GameMax Infinity, what I would do is if you're building sort of a budget type build, for those side intake fans, you want them as 3 reverse blade fans, so they're drawing air in but still looking nice. And then you want the one on the other side, on the left side of the case, to be exhaust. So you've got 3 in, 1 out. If you want to put a liquid cooler in, you put that on the roof. If you're going to use a CPU cooler, you just sort of, you know, tower cooler, you put that in the normal way, and you'll be away. I mean, you don't really need the bottom fans unless you really wanted them for the looks, in which case those bottom fans could also be reverse blade to draw air in and still look nice. That's up to you. But that would be the only thing I change really, just to make it look a bit better. And you don't really need those bottom fans either. Otherwise, it's a pretty cool case. You know, it's going to do you fine. It's a nice dual chamber look. You're not going to have any problems with it. I mean, it's a good case, and if you can get it for around £50–60, it's pretty sweet. I think that's a good first case to build in. You can fit pretty much any components you want in it. What about the GPU? It'll fit any GPU you want. That case is fairly big, so you just get whatever GPU you like, whatever's going to fit in your budget. If you tell me your budget and what you're going for, I can help you out with that as well. Right, let's start cracking on with tearing down. I'll keep reading the chat whilst I'm tearing this down, but this is actually work that I've got to do. I'm not just doing this for fun. So when I build the PCs, I do them as like a sort of a showpiece. I do a video on them, and I photograph them for my website, PC36, where I sell the different designs built to order. So I've already done the photo shoot for this one, so I can tear it all down and then reuse the parts again. Otherwise, you end up having to buy like tens of thousands of pounds worth of parts, keeping them in builds and everything. Would you say 8GB upgrade to the 1640? So 4060 Ti is no longer built, so I wouldn't use that one unless you're getting it used. If you get it used, then fine, but it always depends on the price and what you're doing with it. Always remember, there's not always one best GPU or one best CPU or anything like that. It's all about what the goal is. So are you paying 1080p, you're paying 1440p, you're paying story games, you're paying esports, what are you doing? You know, that's the key thing, isn't it? You've got to always buy your stuff according to the goal, not just for hardware, for everything. What's the goal of what you're getting? You know, when I bought my nice BMW car, it's not that I needed a really nice car, it's that I really wanted one and wanted it to look nice. So that's why I bought it. I'm not like one of these people that does, yeah, I really needed it for this, this and this, you know, it's a pure vanity project. Okay. How many people we got viewing? I like the engagement so far. This is great. We've got 2 people viewing. I love it. 1080, 1440p gaming stream to Twitch, YouTube. Perfect. So yeah, you definitely want an NVIDIA graphics card if you're going to be streaming. The NVENC encoder is still brilliant. So I would certainly stick with that. What's your budget for your graphics card? And are you going for new or are you going for used? Also, on a side note, how is the audio quality? I'm trying to run it through my lav mic, but I have no way of monitoring it, so hopefully it's good. It looks good on the graph. Okay, so take those out. We just need to get this power cable out. That's going to be a real bastard to get out, actually. It's much easier to plug that in than it is to take it out. Okay. It's actually quite hard to do this on camera. Especially this overhead cam is really like precariously placed, so it's almost toppling over. Right. Okay. God, this case looks so good and it's so well built. I love it. It's fantastic. Expensive, but fantastic. Okay, so take the GPU chamber out. This is a lot easier to do if you're not trying to live stream it at the same time, truth be told. But new GPU and audio seems good. Amazing, thank you. So new GPU, what's your budget for the GPU? Or what's your budget for the build even? You know, we can even do that. 800 to 900. That is a solid budget. I love that. So most of my customers that are in that price range, they are always so happy. That 800 to 1500 pound mark is perfect. Perfect for most people. They're always the happiest customers because they're the people that use their computers the most. So what are we going to do with that budget? So I would go for a Ryzen 5 7500F, or if you can't get that, a 9600 or... So 7500F is going to be the best value. You can get it on AliExpress for like £115. I would say it's worth the wait. You'd have to get a cooler for it, but if you're going to buy a cooler anyway, then that doesn't matter. So 7500F is the best choice. If you can't get that, or you don't want to use AliExpress, then you can go 7600, 7600X, 9600, 9600X. Just pick the cheapest out of all of those four for the CPU, and that'll be fine, because when you're at this budget level, you don't need a fancy CPU unless you're playing esports games. So 6 cores will be fine. Even with your streaming, that will be handled mainly by the graphics card, so I think you'll be totally fine there. And then for the rest of your stuff, then your cooler, maybe you want a tower cooler for 20 quid. So really any tower cooler is going to be fine, whatever you like the look of. Motherboard, you want to get like probably the cheapest full-size ATX B650 or B850 will be fine. Even the cheapest ones of those are fine. 32 gigabytes of RAM, DDR5 6000. And then probably for graphics, I'd go for, if you can get a 5060 Ti 16 gigabyte in that budget, great. If you can stretch to a 5070, even better. And then power supply, 650 watt, 750 watt, doesn't really matter which one as long as it's not from a dodgy brand. And you're pretty much away then. And then your case fans usually use Thermalright for those. You can get the reverse blade quite cheap. Would you still use Intel i5 1200? So I would, but only for really budget builds. So only if I had, you know, somehow I'd run into a big glut of cheap motherboards or something, I would use it. But the difficulty is the upgradability isn't quite there compared to getting an AM5 system. You know, a couple of years ago, I would have said 1200F, great idea, because you can still then upgrade to like 14th gen. But it's not really worth upgrading to 14th gen when it's going to be several years old. So I wouldn't do it unless you get an amazing used deal or something. You know, there's always caveats. You can always do anything you want and the PC is always going to work, but it's whether it's representing the best value for you. So I do have a couple of 1200F builds. And it's not, you know, when people say Intel's rubbish, they don't really mean that the actual, well, I hope they don't mean that the actual CPU is rubbish. It's not, it'll still do the job. It's just there are better options available is what I'm saying. So I'm just going to put this riser piece back in. It's always so cool when I hear people watching the old videos, man. I like it. And that was a good video. I was quite happy with that one. With the GameX Infinity. I have everything for the GameX Infinity build except the CPU and storage. Fine. I love it. So CPU, yeah, like I said, 7500F, 7600, 7600X, 9600, 9600X, all of those will do a great job. Whatever's going to fit your budget in there. Oh, I'd love to hear it, dude. Yeah, yeah. I do put a lot of effort into the videos. They're not really taking off. I think it's because my title and thumbnails aren't very good. But I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I also work as a doctor, so I've taken some time out to try and make my PC business and YouTube work out and see how it goes for a few months. Would that be compatible with the build? So why don't you just write in the chat, put a list, everything you've got. So put like cooler, motherboard, storage, all that, put everything there that you've got, and then we can just have a look at it together. Right, what should we take out next? Let's take the power supply out next. So undo the extension cable. And you can also let me know if you've got any components from old builds that you're trying to reuse or anything like that, then let me know. Oh, is it? You know what? That video's old now. I can't actually remember what was in it. That was probably, it did have a 12400F in it, if I remember. I mean, like I said, it would still be fine, but I wouldn't, I probably wouldn't use it nowadays. Back then it made sense because that was the current generation at the time. Have you already bought the motherboard, I guess is the other question. And how long ago did you buy it? If you did. If you've already bought the Intel motherboard and you can't return it, then you might as well just get Intel. But if it's still in the return window and you haven't used it or whatever, then you've still got opportunity to go for Ryzen stuff. I'm not like an AMD fanboy or anything. I don't really care what people use. It's just always trying to get people the best value. Yeah, the Fractal Terror is a little bit fiddly, but it's among ITX cases, it's actually quite a quick build. I'll get ChatGPT to the computer. Yeah, it's a good idea. I love ChatGPT. It just saves you having to do so much mundane crap, doesn't it? I use it all the time, just for like sorting things out, doing Excel spreadsheets and whatever. It's yeah, I do like it. It's not very good actually for creative stuff though. Like I've asked it to sort of write scripts for YouTube videos, and I think they're a bit crap. They're always really generic. Yeah, so once you got that, let me know, and then we can go from there. Right. Let's the USB out. Get the motherboard 24-pin out as well. Come on. Oh, it's a stiff plug. Tell you what, I'll just take it all out and deal with that after. Yeah, that's the perfect use for ChatGPT is to just your boring data entry and all that stuff. It will just do that for you. It's such a helpful thing. And if if you're using it from a business perspective, it's worth paying for the advanced version. I think it's immense value for what you're getting. I can feed it my whole Shopify product catalog and it will like give me insights, and I can export my YouTube channel analytics and it will give me like a breakdown of what's doing well. I can't fault it in that way. Right. Okay. So that's that. The case is pretty much done actually now, so. Gore, getting this 24-pin out is a real bugger. Stiff bastard. I'm worried I'm going to pull the whole connector off the motherboard. I'm not a weak guy either. I'm going to cause some damage if I keep trying to do that. Poppity ping, off it comes. Right, CPU cooler. Okay, attempt number 3. Oh, there we go. Got it. Oh, something just fell on the floor. What was that? Oh, it was a little metal thing for the fan. That's all right. Okie dokie, right, so let's just take the cooler housing off the motherboard. SE214XT, great cooler, yeah. NV2, I would not use that one. I would get a different storage drive if you can still return it. Thermalite, yeah, C12C, yeah, nice, yeah, those are good. You can get the reverse blade, so I think they're called like C12C RB or RW or something. And then N6D, N5, Z690, yeah, if you can get that, then it will be fine. Hopefully you haven't paid too much for it. Yeah, XR Thor, that's fine, you know, anything that's going to fulfill the spec. So, I mean, have you already bought the DDR4 RAM and the storage and everything? Which of those have you already bought? I haven't got the NV2. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, get a different one. So at the moment on Amazon, there's an MSI M470 Pro. That's a much better drive because it's got memory buffering, so you'll be much better off on that one than you would be with the Kingston, because the Kingston doesn't have memory buffering. I got those really cheap at the time. I mean, they'll do the job. It'll be okay-ish, but you're better off with like a M470. Have the RAM, CPU cooler, Mobo case, and that's it. Okay, so you've already got the stuff. So maybe you could get the 14600K, I think, rather than the 12400F. That would go nicely in the motherboard. That tower cooler will still be enough for it, unless you overclock it. So 14600K would be a good shout. That's what I'd put in that. And then obviously you've got the DDR4, so you're already on right on that. So yeah, you're away. I would get you can probably fit the 14600K in your budget. You can get them for like 160 now. And it's a pretty sweet CPU. You'll be fine with that. Just thinking, I'm gonna do another build with this platform. I'm gonna put this back together. Just the motherboard bit, because I'll use it again for the, I've got an Antec Performance M1 case build coming up. So why don't I just put this back? What was I thinking? I did still need to take the case apart though. 400 a month, so it's on a strict budget, yeah. I mean, the problem is the price difference between the 12400F and the 14600K probably isn't very much. So I'd still get the 14600K. I mean, long term it's going to be better, even if you have to save up a little bit longer. Well, at least we can give that some fresh thermal paste if I can find something to clean it with. Yes, over there. Trust me, with things like computers, cars, houses, your biggest purchases, don't cheap out. Yeah, I always build. That's what I do. Is I build PCs for people. So you know, if they want to send me the parts and build it, that's fine. I mean, I'm going to charge them for it. My time isn't free. You know, sometimes on the website I will list PCs at cost price if I've done them in a video and need to move them on. So I don't make any profit on some of them, but most of them, you know, it's a business at the end of the day. I'll have to make some profit, otherwise I just can't do it anymore, can I? And people, some reason people like get really bent out of shape for trying to make money, but you need to make money to live. So usually I'd charge something like probably 150 in order to build it for somebody. Maybe a bit more to cover the shipping. If they're local, I'd do it for like 140, 150. If they're shipping parts to me and then want it shipped back to them, probably about 180, because I'll have to package it up and ship it back to them securely, and all that packaging is really expensive, and the label's really expensive for the shipping. You have to get it insured and everything. It's a faff. So anytime something takes more time, then you're gonna have to charge more for it, aren't you? But I do have some digital products that I'm working on that should be released actually in the next few weeks. They're like digital courses online that show you how to build specific PCs, but with every single detail. So it's much better than a YouTube video because you can see all the little details, all the different angles of the plugs that you're plugging in. So no knowledge is assumed. You know what I mean? So the Windows 11 key, if people are dropping parts over to me, I'd say I'll install Windows for you, but you'll have to get your own license key because it's cheaper. I mean, I can supply the license key for £50, but you can get it much cheaper yourself, like £15 or something. But if I was assembling customer parts, I would do the installation for free. But if they want the key, they'll have to pay for it. It's basically because of the way that Microsoft's terms of service works. I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of the legal, but it's the way that you sell Windows licenses. You have to be very careful so you don't get sued, basically. All right, so I'm actually going to put this cooler back on. We'll set this platform aside for another build. Do you have a link to the shop you're talking? So my store is pc36.co.uk, but you can't buy the build service directly from the site. You can just send a message and I'll get back to you and I can do it for you. But unless you're talking about some other kind of shop, I don't know what you're referring to exactly. So my shop is pc36.co.uk. I don't think I mentioned any other shops. So I don't know. I was talking about an SSD. That's the MSI M470 Pro on Amazon. Maybe that was it. I won't take the SSD out either. So we're going to reuse this for another ITX video anyway, so I'll leave it assembled as a platform. Quite a tidy looking unit, isn't it? ITX board, 67mm cooler. I like it. I like it. ASRock. I know they get a lot of heat for the press for that burning CPU thing, but that was like 5 CPUs out of 1,000, so I'm not worried about it. And the BIOS is updated anyway. Pretty sweet. So this build just needs, well, this case I should say, just needs a bit of tidying up, then I can put it back, and then we can actually get on to building some other PCs as well, which will be fun. So go tap that way there. We're going to leave this basement fan in here because whatever build I end up putting in it, I'll just keep that fan in there anyway. So there's no point taking it out. It's got like a little mesh filter over it. It's quite hard to see actually from the lighting, but it helps with stopping the cables from catching on the blades. Okie dokie. Right, let's pop the panels back on. I could just put these screws back in here lightly over the GPU bracket. just put these screws in here, otherwise they end up getting lost. Worst things to be doing on a Monday afternoon, I would say. Oh yeah, supposed to put that other side in person. Go, nearly packaged up. Like nothing ever happened, huh? Okay. So we can rebox all of these bits and then we can crack on with the next build. So what do we think for the next build? So I could do the Corsair 3000D build with 5070 Ti, or I could do the Fractal Focus 2 build with a 12400F. Those are the two options. I'll probably do, I could just do the new build with the 3000D first, unless anyone has any preference. Let it be heard now while I go and grab that stuff. Let me know how your Mondays are going, everyone, as well. Okay, oh look, my overhead cam's all kinds of messed up. Look, my overhead cam's like completely collapsed. Such a scuffed stream, isn't it? Jeez. I just think this tripod's broken. I actually have no idea what's going on with it. I might actually have to stop the stream. That's crazy. All right, we can switch over to the 6700 cam. Look what's happened to my overhead cam. Unbelievable. I think it's that one of the legs is a bit wonky. Let's see if I can fix it. Crazy, crazy stuff. But let me know your preference, everyone, you know, 3000D build or Fractal Focus 2 build. I could do either one. I have to get them both done at some point, so it depends what you guys are into. Look at that, that is so annoying. It was set up perfect, and then I nudged it slightly, and the whole thing just completely capitulated. Do you think you can fit PC in an Xbox Series X case? I mean, yeah, I mean, that's what the NZXT H1 was, wasn't it? That was like a case of a similar size. And there's other tower style cases, they'll fit the same size. I mean, fitting it inside the actual Xbox case might be a little bit tricky because it won't have the right mounts and everything. But I'm sure somebody could mod a case to do that, couldn't they? Who knows? Yeah, NZXT H1. I mean, the thing is with the ITX builds is that you will be paying more for the same level of performance. So it's what you're comfortable with at the end of the day. You think you can build a gaming PC? And no, I mean, well, I mean, in theory you could do that, but I don't really know why you would want to do that. And you'd have all different power buttons. The thermals would be all weird. I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting thought, but almost certainly impossible. Yeah, this tripod has absolutely had it. It's just not going to survive, is it? Okay, I'm giving up on the overhead cam. It's completely screwed. You know any way that they can all be connected into it? Well, no, I mean, they don't use the same sort of pins and things as a computer does, so you couldn't really wire it in, it just wouldn't work. I'm not sure really there's much appetite for that anyway. Like, is there any demand for that kind of thing to exist? I've not heard of it, if there is. Okay, I am abandoning the overhead cam. It's absolutely had it. And also, like, what's the functionality of having a console and a PC? I don't really get it. I mean, sometimes there's exclusives, but really anything you do on a budget PC, you can do on a console and vice versa. So there's no real reason, in my opinion, to own both. But that's just my take. What do I know? Okay, right, that's out the way. We'll use main cam as the build cam now. How annoying is that though? My overhead cam tripod just completely fell over. Right, there we go. So you can still see everything. We can rescue this chopped stream. Absolutely fine. So Fractal Terror build here, that is now disassembled. Let's put the graphics card back inside the box. It's always tempting not to like put these things back in their boxes after you finish with them, but you definitely should. Just asking for it to get dented, damaged, dropped or something if you don't. So anything you're not using, it goes back in its original box, people. I haven't used my console since. Yeah. What is the point? Like, I mean, sometimes your friends will be on a non-crossplay game, but nowadays everything is crossplay. So there's no good reason. You can play everything on PC. You can play it cheaper. You don't have to pay annually in order to be able to play. Like that whole PS Plus and Xbox thing was just completely ridiculous. Having to pay like £50 a year just to play online on the console that you bought to play online with in the first place. This is why when people say console's cheaper than PC, it definitely isn't in the long run. You know, you're gonna pay for it somehow. You always pay. If you get something cheap, you will pay in some way. Good to see you in the chat, Adam. How's your Monday going, my friend? And the Game Pass, you can even get Game Pass on PC now, so that's not. It's not like it matters, right? Okay, 5070 back in the box. Beautiful. What's in your PC, Adam? What have you got? Okay, so we've got our motherboard assembly here that we've taken apart, so let's put that somewhere safe as well. Nice. Okay. Chuck this somewhere as well. $7800X3D and 50. Oh my god, wow, that is a beast setup. You're a faster PC than me, and I own a PC building company. Very nice. Well, that's going to be 4K beast, 1440p beast. It'll play anything, won't it? Nobody needs a 5090, really, unless it's for work purposes, or you're like a highly competitive player or something. You know, 5080 is amazing. You always want to go one step back from the top stuff. Top stuff loses its value like you wouldn't believe, but 5080 is pretty sweet. The 80 class of cards tend to hold their value a bit better than the 90 class, so you made a good choice there. 7800X2D, cracking CPU, you can have a great time with that. Beautiful build, love that, love to hear it. Okay, what have we got to build with today? So we're putting together a PC now rather than taking it apart. So we've got Asus Prime here, let's get that on cam there. So we've got Prime B650 Plus Wi-Fi, fairly economical board. You don't need fancy motherboards really for any Ryzen chip, unless you're going Ryzen 9. I really enjoy yeah, it's great. Yeah, I know, man, I know. Everyone says the same thing. It's like great fun, like building it, because you get to use your hands, you know, learning new skills. It's like when you buy IKEA furniture, isn't it? Like part of the enjoyment and why they're so successful is because they make you build it yourself. It gives you a sense of pride in what you've done, right? Yeah, that's how I got into this business. Is, you know, I built my first PC. I was like, this is pretty fun. It'd be quite nice to do this for a job. Beautiful. Right. We're rocking and rolling with this next build. This is going to be... I can't even remember what's in this one, actually. I have to look it up. It might actually be a 7800X3D. Let me have a look. Yeah, so it is 7800X3D. Oh, so I'm going to have to take it out of that ITX build, aren't I? Oh, that's really annoying. Because I just put that back together. My planning skills leave a lot to be desired, so we do have to take this ITX board apart then to get the 7800X3D out of it. Oh! Yeah, I mean, the build process is fun, isn't it, man? It's good. Even now, after building something like nearly 1,000 PCs, it's still good fun. It doesn't wear off. You know, unless you're building the same system day in, day out, but you don't usually. And it's quite interesting to see all the different performances, you know, the different looks that you can achieve. It's like a truly custom way of having your computer and your gaming experience. So I definitely recommend people to build their own PCs. If not, you could just buy one from PC36, which is my company, but up to you. You know, I'm not going to try and deny people the fun of building a system for themselves, you know. We did have an overhead cam, and it was looking real crisp and nice, and then the tripod snapped in half, so I can't use it. Crazy. Never buy off-brand tripods, I guess, is the answer. Obviously, I'm here to help with any PC questions that anyone has. I've built nearly 1,000 computers at this point, so I've got pretty good insight into what works, what doesn't, where to spend your money, that kind of thing. And I'm not sponsored other than by my own company, so you're not going to get any sort of brand bias with me. I just don't care. I just don't care. As long as the performance and the reliability is solid, the company that's selling it is irrelevant. Do you for ITX or bigger builds? You know what, it really does depend on like what the goal is, what the budget is. If you're really on a strict budget, the ITX is going to really hinder you because the motherboards, power supplies and everything are always so much more expensive. But if you start getting to mid-range and you know you want a smaller build, you can do it. Personally, I do prefer ITX just because it looks nicer and it uses up less space. Like I do like a bit of space in my desk. I don't want a huge tower next to me. I also don't really like RGB in my own builds, so that's just my preference though. You know, sometimes people need it to be small so that because they move house a lot or they're a student or something, you know, all these things are all going to depend on what the goal is. If you want a big showcase build, then obviously you just get that. If you want to be able to fit every kind of graphics card like 5090s and everything in it, then you might need a bigger case. It purely depends on what the objective is of what you're trying to do. Okay. Let's see if I can move this in dynamic product shot because my overhead camera is broken, which I'm very upset about, as you can tell. Okay. So we can whip this CPU out because we're going to need to use it for this next build, unfortunately. I don't have any more 7800X3Ds. Be really careful of those pins. It's actually much harder to take a AM5 CPU out than it is to put it in. You've got to avoid doing any damage. Okay, and make sure you always put the socket cover back on anytime you're not at a motherboard with a CPU in it. Always put this cover back on. Because those pins are so fragile, you really need to put that cover back on. Right, okay, so we can actually finally get rid of this ITX board, start building the customer PC. Oh, excuse me, sneezing. Okay, right, so there's our board. Let's take a slightly wider look. So people knock the sort of lower boards of Ryzen, but you don't need fancy boards. You just don't. Like, let's see if we can have a look at the power delivery. It's quite hard to see it under the heatsink, but I reckon you've got 6 phases there, and like another 3 or 4 along the top. I mean, guys, that's going to be fine for any Ryzen 5s and 7s. Like, 6-phase VRM is great. Like even a Ryzen 9 will be all right in there, although you might want something a little bit more robust if you're doing workstation stuff. But for gaming, guys, you just don't need a fancy motherboard. You really don't. You're getting gaslit and marketed to. Something that's not bargain basement is all you need. It's literally all you need. Okay, so let's put in SSD first. I always tend to do that with my builds, put the SSD in first. So let's go and grab it. Where have I put it? Oh, the organization leaves a lot to be desired up here, guys. Okay. I will find it. So how's everybody's Monday? You all at work or day off or what's going on? How can you possibly be watching a YouTube stream on a Monday? Have you ever built a PC with custom? Yes, I have. I would not recommend it. I really wouldn't. It's not worth it. It's so much effort. It's quite difficult. And you don't get any performance benefit, really, unless you're like a Intel overclocker or something. But even then, an AIO is still going to be fine. So I just wouldn't recommend it. I've done it. I would never do it again. I mean, I could. I did it with hardline tubing and everything. I've done them with softline, and sometimes you can make them look outstanding, but people will defend their purchase by saying it's needed to cool their stuff. It just isn't. It really isn't. If your CPU is running under 80 degrees C, that's all you need from cooling. You don't need it to be colder than that, unless you're overclocking. So these people go, yeah, I need my CPU to be like 60 degrees all the time. If you want, that's fine, but you're gonna have to run your fans really fast. You have a noisy system and it's just not gonna get you anything. So it's more of sort of a labor of love if you want to try it. I mean, I had to say I have to do it because if I'm going to be a custom PC builder, I do need to know how to service loops and things like that. So that's why I did it, but I would not recommend it. And selling those systems is an absolute nightmare. Just trying to ship anything with a load of liquid stuff in it. Bad times, man, bad times. So yeah, labor of love only for that one, I think. Right, so we've got our SSD, let's chuck it in. So it's a Crucial T500. I love this kind of drive, man. They're so good. You know, it's like a 1 terabyte drive, DRAM on board, good speeds. That's all you need from a drive. And we'll also have our memory, so we've got some Crucial Pro overclocking, DDR5 6000 CL36. Kind of just, I call that bog standard for AM5. That's like the minimum standard. I wouldn't go any different than that, just to ensure that you get a good experience. But yeah, happy days. Oakley dokley do. So when you put in your SSDs in, you can choose whichever slot you want. If you have one that's already got a heatsink on it, I would just put it in this bottom one because it's going to be way easier to upgrade later, but this one doesn't have a heatsink built in, so we're going to put it in this top one to make use of that heatsink. Let's take you in for a closer look. There we go. So just take off Phillips 1 screwdriver. You just put it in, but it looks like it needs a standoff. So let's see what we've got here. You know, most boards nowadays, you don't need to put your own standoff in. They're already pre-installed, or they have one of those mounting systems where you just flick a bit of plastic around to hold it in place. You know, I'm quite partial to the old school style of just using a standoff. It'd just be nice if they're pre-installed, because I mean, the likelihood is that pretty much everyone that puts an M2 SSD in, it's going to be a standard 2280 length, so, you know, I don't know why they don't just have it pre-installed, but That's my problem as the builder, I suppose, not the customer's problem, so I just suck it up. Okay, so SSD in, easy as that, and then we'll just use the M2 screw to hold that one in place. Easy. It's quite hard to do on camera so you can see it. If I had my overhead cam working, then that would be the ideal way. That's so annoying. Normally I just lean over it and do it easily, but I've tried to show you guys on camera, so it's a bit of a faff. There we go, got it. Beautiful. Then we just put the heatsink back over the top. Right? Never forget though, you've got to take off this protective film. Otherwise the heatsink just isn't going to be very effective because you've got a big bit of plastic in the way. So we'll just peel that off. And then always remember to put it on the correct way up again. Just line it up with the holes on the side. Again, this is a lot easier to do if I'm not trying to show people on camera at the same time, but just YouTube tings. Just secure it in place. I usually just do like a couple of turns each side rather than completely tightening down one side, just because the pressure is a bit more even on whatever you're screwing into. Although the difference is probably minimal, particularly on an SSD. So SSD is in. Next thing I like to do is put the memory in. So we'll just do that. So we'll just release the catches on slots 2 and 4 like that. Take our DIMM, and then you have to line it up to make sure that it's going to go, and I think that's the wrong way up. So if we do it that way up, and make sure that that lines up with the post, which it does, and then just an angled insertion, boom, and click top and bottom. Crunch, big click, that's what you want to hear. Crunch, perfect. Right, so memory is in, CPU next. I'll just release the retention arm like that. Open the socket like so. And we can just drop our 7800X3D straight in. Great, make sure it sits properly. Down you go. Crunch it into place. Perfect. There you go, installed. Easy. Never throw away the little cap that comes on the cover. Always keep this in case you need to return the motherboard. It's vital that you have this because there's loads of pins on the socket, so you don't want to be the person that can't RMA their board just because you've thrown out the cap, so always keep that handy. One other thing we're going to do for quality of life for the customer is we're going to put on the other standoff for the M2 SSD on the bottom. It's one of those things that I like to do basically, is get things set up so that the customer can easily upgrade in the future if they want to. So we'll just do that. And because these tiny screws are quite hard to find, I'm just going to put the screw into that standoff. It just makes things a lot easier when the customer comes to upgrade. I can just say, look, I've already put it in for you. Easy. Cool. So some people like to install this in the PC now, but I do prefer to put the liquid cooler on, the pump head on, while the motherboard's outside the case. I think it's a bit easier for mounting, in my opinion. So that's what we're going to do. All right, let's go and grab our liquid cooler. So we've got the Thermalright Frozen Knot, or Frozen Naughty, whatever you want to call it. Frozen Naughty, that's what I call your mum on a Friday night, isn't it? Okay. So I do, despite having built hundreds of PCs, I still do like to look at the manual. Never be too proud to look at the manual, particularly if you use a lot of different coolers and things like that, you know. Got to keep it all in mind. Fans are pre-installed, that's what you like to see. Try and keep as tidy as we can by putting all the packaging back in the box. Okay. All right. So these do come with pre-installed fans on them. That's quite handy. The way we'll set it up is it's quite handy if you sort of envision the way it's going to sit. So with this cooler, you definitely want it to sit a bit like this in the case. But I can see my reflection. So you always want to make sure that the cables are going to be pointing out the back for when you mount it in the top, because otherwise you have to take the fans off and that's a bit annoying. So we've got it so the fans are coming out the back, so that's fine. So we can just mount this pump head on and be away. So I'll just have a look, see what we've got, see what we're working with. I've used this cooler a lot, so I can probably just intuit how it works, but always look at the manual. Otherwise you'll just mess something up. Okay. We've got some paste. So it's going to be one of those ones that sits on the AMD standard mounting hardware by the looks of it. Whenever you get these with the hoops on them, just loosen it a bit before you start using it. It's going to make your life a lot easier when you've got a bit more play. So any kind of brackets that look like this, I always just pre-loosen them like that. That's just going to be so much better for when we put it on. Right. Good. So that probably means that this is going to be a very simple installation, which is what I like to see. But let's just check the manual, always. So AMD section, AMD installation. So it just says, put the clip thing on and then secure it in place. Pretty easy. I mean, that's it. That's pretty good design. Makes it very simple. Okay, so let's do it. So make sure you always take off these protective plastics. Everything that you do, always take off the protective plastics. Otherwise, you're going to get bad CPU temperatures. Cool, and then we need our bracket, which is here. And it might not come through very well on the film, but there is a little arrow in the corner there, which you need to line up with an arrow on here. So I'm trying to find out where that is. Can't actually, there it is, yeah, it's up in that corner there. So just line up the arrow with the arrow and then twist to lock it in place. Then we can put that on our CPU. Obviously, we're going to need to put some thermal paste on first because this doesn't come with pre-applied. So we'll do that. Give you a little top-down view of that. So you just need like a blob in the middle, basically. Don't overthink it. This kind of paste is quite thick, so I wouldn't go ahead and just drop it from a height because it will probably just slide away. So you need to sort of push it into the CPU as you're taking out the tube so it sticks. I don't really like this kind of thermal paste. I prefer the looser stuff. But if you push it into the board like this, then it should just stay in the middle. God, such thick paste. I much prefer like Arctic MX6 or something that's a bit more loose, but yeah, maybe it'll last longer if it's a bit more viscous, who knows. So just get it somewhere vaguely in the middle. You can push it around if you're not happy with it. And then we'll mount that pump head on. You always want to make note of which way round it's supposed to go, because they don't all have rotatable sort of pump head RGB on them. So if we, you can put this pump head with the tubes the other side, but the logo will be the wrong way around, so we don't want that. So there you go. Looks like something's fallen off there. Yeah, there it is. So I've obviously loosened it too much. So do as I say, not as I do kind of thing. So I'll pop that back on quickly. Okay. So these loopy bits, they go on the outcrop of the standard mounting hardware here. This is one of the easiest installations. I mean, technically they're not usually as secure as the ones that have their own bracket going four ways, but it makes the installation a lot easier. And I find the temperatures on these are still fine, so I think people are splitting hairs if they're worrying about that. So I like to hook the bottom one round first. So just go hook underneath, which is much easier if I'm not filming it, but I am filming it, so what are you going to do? And do you know what? Before I do this, I'm going to take out this because it's making an awful racket. Okay, right. So you're just gonna hook, and then you can't see it, but you're gonna do the same on the top side as well. Push down, hook it round. There you go. And I like to hold it in place with my left hand. Just do a few thumb tightens, top and bottom, just to get it to latch on. And then we can do 1, 2, 3, and then switch. 1, 2, 3. That one's a bit looser, so I'll do 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I can feel it tightening up now. And then 1, 2, 3. You just keep doing that until you get firm resistance. So I can feel that I could force this to go further, but you don't need to force it. Once you get firm resistance, then you just stop. So I'll just finish this one up. And I'm getting firm resistance there, so happy days. So CPU cooler is now mounted. If you want to, you can hook up your cables, like your RGB cables and things like that. That's sometimes quite handy to do now because it's a bit fiddly to get these things in later. I'll leave that up to you. I'm going to put in this RGB cable, but the others I'll wait and do after. If anyone's in the chat and you have any questions about PC stuff or just anything you want to chat about, just let me know. We can do that alongside the build. Otherwise, just enjoy. Got 3 concurrent viewers. I'm stoked with that. I think that's great. So I can plug this into our ARGB header on the side there. See if I can zoom on that, show you. These are so fiddly. Honestly, who designed this RGB plug? It's terrible. There we go. Right, got it. So the RGB kit, that's just the RGB for the pump head, which is this piece here. The rest of it we'll hook up later. Okay. Keep ourselves tidy, so all the spare screws and things that we didn't use for the cooler, keep them somewhere safe. Honestly, everything is so much harder when you're filming it. Right. What's everybody up to Monday then? And what time is it where you're from? For me, it's the afternoon. So, had a nice chill morning, finishing up a Fractal Terror build, which we took down earlier in this stream. Now we're just building some customer PCs this afternoon, keeping it chilled. Good. Okay. So that's like our platform done. So pretty sweet. So what we can do next is prepare the case so we can put in the power supply first. That's what I like to do as a first step. So we'll go and get the case, unbox it, put any fans in that need to be in, etc, etc. So we'll set this lot aside for a moment and we'll come back to it. Right. Swap you over to see my beautiful face while I get the computer case ready. There it is. Corsair 3000D airflow. Very nice. I've got the RGB version. It comes with the 3 fans in the front. Makes the build a bit simpler. Depends, what the price is of it. If it's cheaper to get your own fans, then just get your own fans and get the plain version. If it's only like 15 quid more for the RGB version, then get the RGB version. Okay. Right, let's get a good view on our A-cam. Yeah. Back to cam, there we are, right. So we'll just take all of its clothes off. And it's a shame to undo a lot of this actually, but yeah, we'll see. So we've got the screws here. Come in a little box. And then there's always a little bit of like packing foam here that people do often forget to take out in these Corsair cases. So don't forget to take that out. And then we can put the drive sled back in. There's also a user manual in there as well. I've used Corsair cases a lot, so I know exactly where everything is. Right, so what have we got here? We've got all of our cables from our front. Do you know, that's already like quite nicely cable managed over there. I'm going to leave that. I'm not going to undo that at all. I think it looks pretty good. So we can just undo the twist tie from the bottom bundle. But yeah, I mean, why improve something that's already in a good state? I mean, at this one, maybe I'll have to put a proper cable tie on that. We'll see. But that would be the advantage, I guess, of getting the RGB version, is that they will pre-manage all that for you. Okay. And then we can get the glass panel off as well. And actually take the top dust cover. Just completely nude the case. Okay. So at this point you could put the motherboard in now, but I think it's a lot easier if we put the power supply in first, because we can pre-route the CPU cable through here. That's going to make things a lot easier in the long run. So let's grab our power supply. So we've got this Deepcool PL750D. I love this power supply, I think it's great. So it's 750 watt bronze, but it is very reliable. I've used loads of them, never had a problem. But it's like a cheaper power supply, but it has the 12 volt high power cable with it, which is really, really handy. So cannot complain there. That's going to be enough for our 5070 Ti. Obviously, it's not going to have a 12 volt high power that's going to have enough for something like a 5080, but equally, you wouldn't use a 750 watt power supply with a 5080 anyway. You certainly wouldn't use a bronze one. I would use a much better power supply for that. So for our usage today, this is absolutely perfect. It's a real find. I mean, I know you can't get them in the US, but not everyone lives in the US. A lot of us live elsewhere. I think Deepcool's great. It's just a shame they got embargoed. I don't know what was going on there. Some kind of Russian thing, right? Oh, right. Got a delivery. Be back in a second. Amazing. Thanks very much, fella. Yeah, of course, buddy. No, it's completely fine. I just trying to save you back. Thanks, man. Cheers. So the funny thing is, you probably just heard my entire interaction with the delivery guy because it's a wireless mic, isn't it? Oh, what an idiot. Oh well. Thanks for standing by, all three of you. I'm actually stoked that people are watching. I thought nobody would be watching at all. I'm just doing this for fun, so... Nice little bonus to have people along for the ride. Let's see. Love to see it. If you're in there and you haven't dropped us a like yet, definitely drop us a like. That's going to help other people catch the stream. If you've got any PC questions, obviously, ask that as well. Got access to lots of hardware, so if there's something you want to see, maybe I've got it in stock, I can show you. Maybe you're thinking about buying a particular like graphics card or something, or motherboard or something. If I've got it in stock, I can show you what it looks like. Okay. So obviously this is not a modular power supply, so it comes with, you know, all the big bundle of cables on it. But that's okay. For what we're doing, that's all right. Who doesn't like watching others work? Yeah, I guess. It doesn't feel a lot like work. Like sometimes it does, not gonna lie. You know, not every customer's nice to deal with, but usually most people are pretty good. And you know, I think I'm pretty good at building computers. I usually get them something that just works and doesn't break, which is pretty low bar. But you'd be surprised what the PC industry's like. People are just getting scammed left, right, and centre. So if you find someone that just does a decent job and doesn't scam you, like that's considered quite good, which is a bit of a damning indictment on the industry. But what are you going to do? So I'm just shifting across the hard drive cage here, just to give us a bit more space for the power supply. Not strictly necessary, it just helps a little bit. Okay, that's done. So power supplies, in terms of fans, you know, you can put these in fan side down, or you can put it fan side up. As long as you've got ventilation on the bottom, I usually tell people just to put it fan side down. It's not wrong to put it this way round, but it does have other problems. It's going to sort of interfere with the airflow to your graphics card a little bit. And also, if you're putting any screws in whilst the motherboard's in the case, you can easily drop them through and into the power supply, which is a real faff. So I would definitely recommend most people fan side down, as long as you've got perforations and space on the bottom. There are some cases like the H5 Flow by NZXT, where there's no ventilation on the bottom, so you would have to put it fan side up. But 99% of cases, you want it fan side down. You just slide that in. And we'll just fix the screws on the back. Easy. Give you a little zoom in action. There we go. I'm actually so annoyed that my overhead cam is broken, man. Well, the cam's not broken, the tripod's broken. Because this would look so much better. But hey, what are you going to do? Okay, so we need power supply screws. These will normally come with your power supply, although they do sometimes come with the case, but you know, they should always come with your power supply. So we'll just pop those in. I'm going to sit, hopefully I can use this electronic one without making your ears bleed. Oh yeah, when I bring it here, no, there's good noise suppression. I think that will be okay. You can tell me if if this screwdriver's doing your head in, let me know and I'll swap to a manual one. It's just, the electronic helps a lot with like wrist strain and things like that when you build a lot of computers. So, but if you're just building like one computer, like, just don't waste your money on electronic stuff. And there's also certain screws that I wouldn't do with an electronic. Like I wouldn't use this on a CPU cooler, and I wouldn't probably use it on the motherboard screws either. Just because if you put too much torque through those kind of screws, you can strip it. So I do prefer to do some of them manually, but for things like power supplies, fans, things like that, absolutely I'm going to use electronic day to day. we go. So power supply is in. So this is one of my tips for PC building that people don't ever seem to tell you, because they put their power supply at the end, which I think is bonkers, right? So this little slot here, you get this on most cases. This is where you put your CPU power cable through. Pre-route this before putting your motherboard in. It will save you so much headache when it comes to plugging it in. So we'll just loosen it off from all the other cables at the bottom. Then you just pass it through the top like this. And then when you put your motherboard in later, which we'll see, you can plug this cable in before securing the motherboard down to the standoffs. And especially if you've got a big tower cooler, it's going to be so much easier, guys, than doing this later. So pre-route like that, you're going to be all good. So one thing we need to do before putting the motherboard in is we need to put a fan in the rear. So we're going to put in an ARGB fan. Not anything too fancy, just a Thermalright ARGB fan. So I'll go and grab one from the shelf and then we'll be good to go. What have we here? I think that's going to be the one. So we've got, always keep a few of these handy. Thermalright C12Cs. Pretty nice little fans, very cheap, but not bad quality, like decent quality. I just need one of them, but the multi-packs are cheaper, so I buy a few multi-packs, keep some stock. Obviously, min-maxing a little bit, and they often come with the screws as well, so we'll just use those easy. Although your case will often come with these as well. They're pretty standard fan screws. Right, let's swap you back to the nice camera. There we go. Okie dokie. So you want your air to be coming out the back, so you want your fan to be this way round, because air in a standard fan will come out of the ugly side. You know, reverse blade would be the opposite, but we're not using a reverse blade, it's just using a regular fan, so we are sorted. So I'm just undoing the twizzly ties on the cables. I do find these annoying. I wish I just wouldn't put them on, because they always end up just getting taken off. It'd probably save a bit of space in shipping, but you know, it'd just be better not to have more plastic if you can, really. Okay. This is also much easier to do before you put your motherboard in, because you can reach through the back tray here to hold it in place. Whereas if you had your motherboard there, you'd have no chance of doing that. And then you also want to think about which way your cables are going. These are things that I do intrinsically, but obviously I build lots of computers, so that's going to be the best way for our cable to come out. If you put your fan in like that, I mean, it'll be fine, but you'll have to drag the cable underneath. It won't look as clean. But if you put it like that, oh look, we've got the cable coming out the right way. Little things like that are what make your build much nicer. Right, let's change the angle here, like that. Shift you over there. There we go. Okay. And whenever I put the fans in the rear, I always try and put them as low as possible. I think it looks much nicer. You can put it up there, but it's going to look a bit cack, and also it's probably going to get in the way of your radiator and everything. So the lowest position possible on the back, that's what I would do. I thought my screwdriver ran out of battery then. I was about to cry. Oh, so much easier than hand cranking them. Hopefully the noise is all right. I mean, let me know if it's annoying. Because I can hand crank these, but just annoying, isn't it? Bad on the rough. Beautiful. That's in. And then we just feed the cable through. It's taking longer because obviously I'm showing you, I could probably have had this PC built already, but it's just fun, you know, to hang out, answer questions, do it chilled. So feed that through like that, pull the slack through. Good. Right, I would say we're actually finally ready for the motherboard to go in now. So let's put this on its back. I know on YouTube people install their motherboard with the PC case upright. Don't do that in real life. They do that because it's easier to film. But you definitely want to lay it on its back. It's going to make things so much easier. Right. So that I can give you a proper view, I'm going to drop the desk down a bit. And then hopefully I can bring the camera over. We can get a look inside. It's not going to be the perfect angle. I'm wondering if there's something I can probably put this box under the back, tilt it up a little bit so that you can see it a bit better. There we go. So that's a little. You can't see everything along the bottom, but you know you're going to get the broad brush strokes of what we're going for here. So there we go. So we can zoom out a little bit. There we go. So we'll put our board in now. Good to go. Noise is fine. Oh, good, perfect. Yeah, I think I did put the noise suppression on OBS, so I was hoping that it wouldn't impact us too much. So we just pop this in, and we can just pop the radiator and liquid cooler bit just down the side. It looks all a bit twisted up. Let's pop that there. Just lay it down the side for a second. We can always fix it in place later. Right, so clear out those cables, we'll get our CPU power. You see what I mean about this being a lot easier now? Because we've not even fixed the motherboard down, we've got so much more space to reach this CPU power cable in the top corner. So we're just going to fix that in place. So you're just going to go boom, and you just plug it in. Bada bing, bada boom. Isn't that a lot easier than reaching all the way around to the corner to try and get it? I would say so. So, beginner mistake that you want to avoid is if you do have an I/O shield with your motherboard, don't forget to put it in, because otherwise you have to pull everything out again at the end. Most motherboards now, they do have the I/O shield just integrated into the board, so you won't have this separately. But just don't forget it, because, you know, I've forgotten it before and it's a real faff. So we'll just pop that in. We'll just crisp it into the corners. I hate these things so much. I wish they just wouldn't make motherboards of these anymore and they were all just integrated, but it is what it is. So now that that's in place, we can shift the motherboard across. Just going to pick that up. And before you put your motherboard screws in, you just want to do a little final sweep. You want to check that there's no cables sort of trapped underneath or feeding in underneath or something, because taking your motherboard out after you've already put it in is such a faff. It is so annoying to do. Anything you can do to prevent future problems is going to be the way to go. Trust me, I know. Right. So you want to line all these up. That liquid cooler can just go in the corner there somewhere while we screw this in place. Before actually screwing the board down, you want all the little holes. There's usually 9 on an ATX board. You need to make sure that they're all lined up before you screw any of them in. Cool, cool, cool. So we're looking good. Holes are lined up. Can't foresee any issues there. So just lay that down. We'll get to screwing our motherboard screws in. I am going to use the electronic for this. I would recommend that you just use a manual. I am going to turn the power down all the way down to low though, because like I said, you don't want to screw them. And I know the little way you just sort of, you pulse it rather than screw it all the way in. So it's like, I know what I'm doing, But if I was telling somebody what else to do, I would say use a manual screwdriver for these ones. But that's the benefit of being an expert. So let's get our motherboard screws. As for which ones are the motherboard screws, it can sometimes be a bit confusing, but most cases it will be the little screws with the hats on them. So we'll give that a try. And I have used Corsair cases a lot, and these are the screws that you are supposed to use. So, but if you're unsure, you just look at the manual. Like, the manual will tell you. It won't tell you everything about how to build your PC, but it will tell you like little things like which screws to use. No problem. Okay. Let's do it. So I always tend to do the very central screw first as a kind of anchor point. So I just pulse it when I use the electronic, because you don't want to strip those screws out. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Good. And just like any other screws, you don't need these to be tight. The whole reason of these is just to hold them in the case. So you just do it tight enough. There you go. So that screw started chucking a bit soon. So maybe we need to up the torque just slightly. Let's get that one in. All right, well, you know, if the new tech fails, you just go back to the old. So just finish that one off with this. Something weird going on with that one, but at least it's in. Once you've done the middle one, the order of the others doesn't really matter that much. Pulse, 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 rather than stripping out the screws by doing it too firmly. So what are you doing, Adam, today that means that you can watch a live stream of somebody building computers? Because, you know, maybe I want to change my job. Last screw going in. Cool. That's nice and firm. That'll be absolutely fine. Now what we can do now to save us a bit of faff later is to pre-feed some cables through the top bits. So why don't we do that? So on our liquid cooler, we've got some twist ties. You can actually should have undone these earlier, but as long as you do it, it's fine. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, so what have we got? We've got AIO pump and CPU fan there. So this is our pump cable. You could feed it through here and then through there. That's probably going to look cleaner, so we'll do that. But the others we could hook up now. So this one from our pump head has a daisy chain on it. So we can just fit a fan cable onto the end of the daisy chain. Like that. We'll get our other RGB cable as well. Pop that onto that one, like so. And then our fan speed plugs can be plugged in as well. So let's put that in the CPU fan header. You're probably not going to be able to see that, sorry. And then, so I'm stuck in a loft fitting a boiler. Oh my god. Oh, good for you, I guess. I think I'd much rather be doing this, truth be told. So I'll just use the daisy chain cables. There we go. So we've got a lot of stuff plugged in, and then we can just sort of stuff that excess down through the routing holes at the back. And this will save us a lot of faff later. And your boiler's in your loft, so was it like an immersion heater or something then? Because that's what they do, isn't it? They put them upstairs so that the heat goes up to it. I don't know anything about boilers, I don't know what I'm talking about. But rather you than me. Okay, so that's all those cables. We've got our pump cable coming outside there, so we're looking good. So we can just stuff cables, stuff them back. You see how putting a bit of effort in beforehand is going to save us a lot of fiddly rubbish later. And then we just put liquid cooler like that. Hey, presto, look at that. So then we just put the screws in to hold the liquid cooler in place and happy days. So the way I like to put these screws in is by having the PC still on its side, but you can put it around the other way. Like yonder. And then if I give you a little one of those, you see that using the gravity, it's going to be it's so much easier for you to now put those screws in. So we're going to be absolutely laughing. Okay, so let's get our fixing screws for the top, which will be in the little bag that has all the liquid cooler accessories in it, wherever I put that. I'm usually a lot more organised than this. It's just because it's on a live stream that I'm having to think about where everything goes. Right, got it. So we should have some fixing screws for the radiator in here somewhere. If I can see them there. Oh, they're right at the bottom. I'm expecting an Amazon delivery very soon as well. Yeah, so they're in this packet alongside some other screws, so we'll get those out. And it's a big Amazon delivery as well that's coming. So I might be gone for a couple of minutes when that does turn up. So we've got our screws. I can't get the camera to focus, but they're flat topped screws, so they're going to hold on fine. Sometimes they give you little washers to go with them, which can help, but we don't need them. Alright, so I'm going to crank my screwdriver back up and then put this. So radiator positioning, you can put it more towards the front, more towards the back. It's complete preference. I quite like to put it over to the side a bit more. When I say the side, I mean sorry, towards the front. Simply because it stretches the tubes out a little bit more from the pump head, so it looks a bit nicer. But it wouldn't be wrong to put it further towards the back. In fact, probably for temperatures, it's technically better. So it's always up to you what you do with your PC, but I think that's the way to go. That's what we're going to do. a small PC just for 1080p gaming. Well, you don't need much, do you? It depends on the games. You know, if you're gonna just play some Fortnite, whatever, you know, just grab like a micro ATX case, little Ryzen 5500, and then like either a Radeon 7600 or Arc B570. That's what I'd do. I'd be fine, just if it's for a bit of 1080p. Or if the RTX 5050 or 5060 come down a bit, then those would be good choices as well. Either way. And technically, you don't have to put all of these screws in. You could just put 4 in at the corners, but I like to do it in full. So, what are you going to do? Oh! Being live makes me all nervous that I've even just dropped the screw. Okay. All right. So that's in. You can see all the cables that we fed through before are all here. Give you a better angle. So at the moment I'm just helping feed through some of the slack from the cables, from the fans and everything. Okay. Random question, what do you do with all the boxes left over from the bit? So usually I give them to the customer. So, you know, case boxes, you use them to help with shipping. That goes in a bigger exterior box. The component boxes, I just put them in the package for the customer. It's better for me not having to throw them out. It's better for the environment, and the customer can then sell their parts on later if that's what they want to do. So I think it's a win-win for everybody if you just give the customer the boxes. Some of them I won't have boxes for, like if they're OEM tray CPUs rather than retail boxed ones. But whatever I've got, I do include in the package. So, and customers seem to love it. So, you know, if I can get rid of some things that I need to throw out and the customer can be happy, then I think everybody's a winner there. Separate our cables. All right, so we can start hooking other bits up now. So we can start pre-feeding some cables. So 24 pin will need to go in there, as will, looks like both the USB-C and the USB 3 go on the side. So feed that through, that through. You can always sort the slack out later. And does this one have a USB? This one doesn't have a USB-C. That's actually quite helpful. Okay, And then that is HD audio, yep, so that can just go round the bottom, into the bottom corner. Hopefully I can get it to squeeze above the power supply. Yes, I can. Pull that slack through, best I can anyway. And then we'll need the 12 volt high power cable, wherever that is. There it is. Let's always disentangle all your cables. Okay. So 12 volt high power, you can route it to go over the top of the graphics card if you put it through there, or underneath the graphics card if you put it at the bottom. I think for this one, let's put it through the bottom. So I'll just feed it through there. We can plug that into the graphics later. And then what else have we got? So we've got some fan plugs and other bits. Must have front panel as well. Yes, we do. There it is. So front panel buttons. You can pull these apart a little bit to make them easier to manage, and then chuck those through the nearest slot. Then we'll have some fan speed plugs for the front 3 fans. So I'll just have a look around and see if there's 3 fan headers on the bottom. If there's not, then we'll look elsewhere. So there's just one along the bottom at the moment. So I think there's only one. Yeah, there is only one. So what I shall do is get a little splitter from our supply, which is good because I need to use up a lot of these. So oh, I've had these USB, not USB, these PWM hubs for so long, I need to use them up anyway, so we'll do that. And run multiple fans off one header then. Okay, so we've got 3 fans into one, and then just feed that through the bottom. Nearest hole is probably that one. Just put that through like that. And then all the other power cables that we don't need, we will skillfully stuff them in the gap here. This is why you don't really need a modular power supply, because most mid-tower cases you can have plenty of room just to stuff the excess in here anyway. And a lot of the time people just lose the modular cables. They put them away in a box somewhere and never find them again, and then when they want to upgrade later they don't have the cables. So, you know, a non-modular power supply does have its benefits sometimes. And it's not like you're going to be able to see any of this anyway, because it's a solid panel on the back. So there we go. And we have a couple more cables here. I'm going to daisy chain these to this lot up here, just for ease of use. For the fan speed plug, I could put that into the hub that we just used, or I think it's just going to be much simpler if I keep it all up high here. So daisy chain off the back of that one. So things are starting to like look up now, aren't they? They're starting to look a lot neater in the back. We've got this RGB plug here. So we could daisy chain it off here, but I'm a bit worried about putting too many RGB through the same header. So do we have an ARGB header along the bottom? Yes, we do. So we'll just put it through there instead. A lot simpler. Okay, so everything is pre-routed. Now we can actually just get to plugging it all in. So spin that round. It will look like a mess, but we've set this up for success. So everything is going to be vaguely routed into the place that we want it. So putting that prep work in beforehand has saved us a lot of bother. So there we go. Okay. So this gets plugging things in. It's going to be hard for you to see, not going to lie, and I don't have a good way of showing you the exact plugs, but start from left to right. That's my usual wisdom here. So we'll put in the HD audio cable first. That's usually in the bottom left. We'll just line that up and plug it in now. Boom, that was easy. And then just put this little piece back through, and then we can put in our ARGB plug here. This board's actually got 4 ARGB plugs. That's pretty nice. Probably a bit unnecessary, but it's nice to have nonetheless. We'll put our fans into this header here. And each time we do this, we're just going to feed the slack back through the hole, keep everything looking nice and neat. That is the power cable for the graphics card, so we don't need that yet. So the last thing we need along the bottom is these front panel plugs. So I know where these go because I've done hundreds of builds, but you can follow your motherboard manual if you're unsure. The reset switch goes on the 3rd and 4th from the bottom left, and the power button one goes directly above that reset switch. And then you have power LED minus on the right, and then power LED plus to the left, top left one. There we go. So that's easy. Check those through. I mean, a lot of cases now they're going to come with just one molded plug for the front panel. That is a lot easier, but not all cases will have that. Good. So the bottom is all plugged in. That took us, what, 2 minutes? And then we can now plug in everything along the top here. So move that lot aside. Let's pop in the USB 3 plug, like that. That was a nice satisfying snap, wasn't it? There we go. And then the motherboard 24 pin. We can put that in next. Just try and route it in a way that doesn't tangle up. Beautiful. Great. So the last one is the plug from the pump. So to be honest, it doesn't really matter which header you put it in. If you can put it in the water pump header at the top, I mean, that's going to be easier for reference, but it'll work the same in any. So we could put it in chassis fan 2 here, but I might just try and put it in the proper one at the top, just for completeness. So it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't really matter. I'm just not really going to be able to show you on screen. Truth be told, I probably should have routed this and plugged it in before mounting the radiator on the top, but I forgot. My own fault, but you know what? We love a challenge. And you know, you see a lot of builds on YouTube, you know, my channel included. You don't see any mistakes, but realistically, even an experienced builder is going to make mistakes when they put together PCs. Sometimes it just happens. As long as you recognize them and fix them, there's no harm at all. Oh, this is a real bugger to get in, this one. Right, gotcha. It looks like it's in. Let me just shine a torch in there, make sure. Nope. Nope. Just need to be a bit more accurate. This is what I was trying to avoid by putting the radiator in last, by the way. It's only my own stupidity that's caused this situation now. Okay. Looking good. All right, we're in. Ugh. So things are really shaping up now. Looking real nice. We really are getting there with this build. It's nearly done. Before I forget, why don't I chuck that dust filter back on the top of the case? Like so. Beautiful. Okay. Shunt you back a bit. Okay, so next thing to do will be getting the graphics card in. So this is always a bit that people get excited about, isn't it? So we've got Palette Gaming Pro 5070 Ti for this build. This is a fantastic graphics card. Absolutely amazing. I love it. Price, not the best, but high-end cards, the pricing isn't going to be the best. Once you get above 70 class, that value for money thing does start to diminish. So I would, whilst I'd be very happy with the 5070 Ti in my build, it doesn't always represent the best value. But I think once you're getting into high-end gear, you're not really thinking about value anymore. You're thinking about speed. Go. I like Palette. I like Palette. Their cards are good. They're cool. They're quiet. They have no coil whine. They just get on with it. I've never had one break, and they include a mouse mat, which is kind of nice. Kind of quite a side-to-side mouse mat. So I don't know what games that would be useful in. Maybe Valorant or something. I don't know. And then you can just get your graphics card out here. Oh, this is a chunky one. This is a chunky one. Honestly, don't slag Palette off. Palette is a good brand of graphics card. I don't know what people are talking about. They're often like the lowest price, but do you not think that that's a nice design? I think that looks good. It's not too much, it's not too little. There's definitely uglier 5070 Ti's out there. Nice thick cooler. Nice metal backplate, it feels like. I'm not complaining about this whatsoever. I think it's pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, this one does have a little bit of RGB, I think. Although, actually, no, maybe it doesn't. Well, we'll see, won't we? When we power it up, we'll see. I agree, I prefer graphics cards without RGB as well. I think if you just get a nice, simple design, they can look really good. I really love that MSI Expert series. I think they look fantastic. Graphics cards with loads of RGB on them look gross. Like, the Palette Game Rock, oh my god, that thing is so ugly. I really don't like it. But yeah, no RGB. I definitely prefer it too. So enough chat, let's pop this all away. I always include the graphics card box when I give it to the customer because it's usually the most valuable part of the system and it doesn't serve me to keep this box. I know some people, I won't name the channels, but they obviously sell a lot of computers, but they keep the boxes and they put them all in the background of their videos to go, look at me, I've got all these graphics cards, but they're all empty boxes. And all I'm thinking is, damn, if I was a customer of them, I really wish I just had that box. So I always give the customer the box. It's just like basic courtesy, right? Okay, so that is reboxed and then we can pop it in. Let's see if we can get a good angle for this. What's going to be the best angle? Probably like this. I don't know, I'm winging it. And we'll put you on manual focus, I think, because otherwise it's just going to focus on my arm the whole time. All right, so we need to take out a couple of slots here. You just need to take out 2 that line up with the top PCIe slot, so let's do that. So that's our 2 PCIe brackets out. Beautiful. And I think I can hear a van outside, so it might be my delivery. We'll see. Nope, not yet. Fine, we've still got time. Okay. I'm expecting an Amazon delivery, if people didn't know. Okay, so we can just pop this graphics card in. Like so. Oh, I've taken out the wrong slots. What an idiot. So That was all going to go so smoothly. But like I said, guys, this is a live stream. It could all just go completely boobs up at any point. I mean, we've already seen my overhead cam break, so, you know. We know my production quality skills aren't up to snuff. So we pop that one back in. Okay, take 2 for installing. 3 viewers fell. This is 3 viewers more than I thought I would have, in fairness. I don't think I ever fell on, so I don't know how I could fall off. I don't think I was ever on in the first place. Unless you're talking about your mum, in which case I was on last night. But there you go. Click that in. Beautiful. How's it going, Max? How's your Monday, my friend? Okay. Good mental chief. I don't even know what that means. Is that some kind of Gen Z speak? I'm too old for that shit. Also shouldn't swear in a live stream, should I? Oh well. Okay, so looking good. It's all right, thanks. So, you know, one of the issues you get with a more compact case is when you put your liquid cooler in, you do sometimes have it sit over the graphics card, which isn't ideal. We could try and shift this over to the right, and that might make it look slightly nicer. Should we give that a go? Let's see. So rather than like completely unscrew all the screws, you can just loosen them a little bit. Oh, it's a 5070 Ti Palette Gaming Pro. So one of the sort of lower versions of the 5070 Ti, but I always go with law of the cheapest model. So whatever chipset you're going for, so 5070 Ti, 5080, whatever, just get the cheapest version of it and it'll be fine. As long as it's not a really, there's a few that aren't very good. Like I wouldn't use Inno 3D cards for high-end stuff, only because they're not got very good European warranty. And some of their cards are a little bit underbuilt, but from any other brand, you're totally fine. You know, like there's no real functional difference between this 5070 Ti and like an Asus Strix 5070 Ti, if that exists, I don't know. But the premium models of any graphics card are worthless unless you've got a 5090 and you're going to overclock, or if you need a particular look for your build. Any other reason, you are absolutely coping and trying to justify your purchase. So, you know, it's looks, or if you've got a 5090, that's when you can get the posh ones. Otherwise, you're wasting your money. Okay, so that's looking a little bit better, shifting it over to the right. That's not quite pushing into the top of the graphics card as much. Then all we need to do is hook up our 12-volt high power cable. So let's see if we can get a closer view of that. There we go. Okay, look at that, it's beautiful. So you always need to look at the slot. You can see there's like that flat bit across the top. That's going to correspond with the flat bit on my plug. And then you're just going to line it up and then push it in. With these 12-volt high power cables, you have to really make sure it's in place. If you have it loose, it can power down, it can cause problems. I've heard that they can sometimes catch on fire, though I've never seen that myself after building hundreds of them. But it's a theoretical possibility. Cool. I quite like it when they put the power connector in the middle actually rather than to the side, because you can route it through in a much cleaner way. And despite that not being a custom sleeved cable, I think it still looks pretty clean. What have we got? What's $2 grand on GPU? I can never do. Yeah, I completely agree, Adam. Honestly, right? You can clip this. If you've spent $2 grand on a GPU and you do not have a gym membership, you have your priorities wrong. You need to look after yourself in every way. If you're putting things aside to afford a $2 grand graphics card, you've got some serious looking at your life to do, honestly. You need to really refocus. Unless you've got loads of money and you want to waste it, you know. Sapphire GPU's question was, I disagree with that, because AMD don't have any high-end, super high-end graphics cards, so I think they're all fine. I would get any Sapphire graphics card. I got a Sapphire Pulse 9060 XT 16GB, and that was the cheapest one available, and it's fantastic. The temperatures were great, it worked really well. I have no problem with Sapphire whatsoever. You know, if they brought out something like 1790, or not, no, 9090 is what it would be, isn't it? 9090. Maybe you want to put some more money into the actual model and the cooler and everything, but I just don't see it. Delay is huge, and having some stream stutters maybe. To be honest, yeah, the delay will be long. I think that's just how it's set up. Stutters, I don't know about that. I mean, mine says excellent connection, but I am on Wi-Fi, so you know it could be on my end. You know, Adam will let me know if the stream's stuttery because he's been here for a while, but we'll see. All right then. So let's get back to sorting this one out. But yes, the delay will be big. There is an ultra low latency option, but it has other problems. So yeah. Okay, so looking decent. We'll need to tidy up the back before we're finished here, but we're almost done. Yeah, to be honest, Max, the whole 12-pin plug, the whole thing has been a complete mess. I don't know how they've got away with it. I think if AMD tried it, they would get completely roasted, but Nvidia seemed to get away with it. I agree that a new cable was needed, but come on, guys, they could have done a much better job than 12-volt high power. I mean, I still don't like it very much. I'm not sure if that statistic is correct, because I stress them a lot and I've never seen one burn. I think the problem is that people aren't plugging them in far enough. But that shouldn't be the user's concern, really, should it? They should have safety protections built in that mean that that can't happen. So blaming the end user for that was a bit of a dick move, I think, when they said that. I've never had any problems with it, but I really make sure that they're fully seated. Okay, so let's tidy up some cables. We've got some cable ties that come with the case. So we do a bit of cable management to finish this one off. So you want to pull these through nice and tight. This doesn't have any of those eyelets on it, this 3000D, so I have to use these gaps here. So I'll put it through tight. But yeah, that 12, I still don't like the connector. But the problem is you're going to get to the point if you stuck with 8-pin that you need 4 8-pin plugs, and that would be a problem itself as well in terms of cable bulk. So there's no good solution. But I wish they just had a better one, basically. There must be a more secure plug, do you know what I mean, than whatever the hell this is. Okay, so that's looking a bit better. I mean, you know, like when you're doing the back cable management of your PC, like, you don't need to make it look gorgeous, do you? Because no one's going to look at it. You just need to make it functional. And crucially, it just needs to look nice in the front. Okay, so we've got one eyelet at the top there, so we can use that to try and hold all these cables. Oh, it's much harder to do on camera than it is to do in real life, right? That'll do for now, and then there's a couple more eyelets that I can see. All right, anyone new to the stream? We've almost finished building this RTX 5070 Ti build. So I'll show you the full result in a minute. Sometimes when it's just going to be impossible to make these cables look nice without spending an inordinate amount of time doing it for no benefit. So I think that's vaguely going to be clean enough for the top. know, I do offer a premium finishing option for some customers if they want it, but you know, where I really do take the time for the back cable management. But in truth, it's a complete waste of money. You'd be much better off just having normal cable management at the back. You don't need it to be fancy. You just need it to be vaguely good. I mean, if you make it too tight, it actually makes it harder if you upgrade later, because you have to take apart so many cable ties and disentangle so much stuff that it becomes really annoying. So I think, you know, I'm a proponent of loose cable management rather than really tight cable management. As long as it looks good in the front where you can view the PC, then that's you know, the best of both worlds as far as I'm concerned. Okay, getting there now, guys, getting there. Right, we can fix this and place down here. This eyelet would have been a lot better if it was a vertical one, I think, but hey ho, what are you going to do? Good. So these are all looking pretty good. And then these can mostly just be stuffed underneath, actually. You don't need to tie these down. In fact, it's going to be annoying to tie these down for no benefit. So we'll pop this all under here. Okay, yeah, looking a bit neater now. Peak manager. I don't know about peak. I think, like, you know, functional is the way I describe it, because if you, I've seen a lot of like YouTube shorts where there's one guy, like I think he's an Asian guy, and he ties them all down, like loads of them, like 10 cable ties for one thing, and he gets this like set of like cable cutters or something and goes up it like this. It's just for the video. Like, imagine trying to upgrade that PC. You'd have to take off like 1,000,000 clips. The clips aren't doing anything for your PC's performance. You never see it because it's in the back chamber. So all you need to do is just make it like neat-ish. You don't need to really go to town with it. Unless, you know, you're passionate about it, but that's up to you. As long as you make it fairly good. You know, and it annoys me when Gamers Nexus and other people that review it, like, they open up the back and go, oh, the cable management isn't top-notch. It's like, but who cares? Who actually cares? Like, what difference does it actually make to your use of the PC? Zero. So don't bother, is my advice. To use that eyelet there instead. Obviously, it doesn't look very professional if you've got cables hanging down and all over the place. But equally, tying it down to within an inch of its life is just a fool's errand, in my opinion. You want to see cable management, you've got to wait for the next build that we're doing. That, oh my god, the Fractal Focus 2 case has terrible cable management. So if you want to see me almost cry trying to do it, then we'll find out. Tell you what, yeah, probably. Let me tell you what, should I crank the exposure? There you go. That's probably just burnt your retinas out, but there you go. Have you tried the Antec C5? No, I haven't, but I've got quite a few builds of the Antec C3, which is a similar vibe. So, up to you. There we go. What do we think? Before I close this one up, can you see anything that I need to improve before I pop the back panel back on? I think that's plenty clean enough. I suppose I could put one more on down here, couldn't I, just to keep these bundled up, but that would only be for looks. It wouldn't actually improve the functionality. And there's not really anywhere for me to hook it through. So I might leave that actually, unless anyone in the chat has any reservations. Speak now or forever hold your peace. I think we're looking good enough in the back here, I think. If this had a glass bit on here, obviously you would do really good cable management, but it's going to be a steel panel, so really, this is really all you need. I know there's a little bit of a delay on the stream, so I will give it another moment. And then after that, I will be popping the panel back on. Is the Antex? Yeah, exactly, Max. Yeah, so if, you know, there's a couple of Lian Li cases, isn't there, that have that with the glass on the back. Yes, in that case, absolutely, I would be taking the time to do the cable management. Perfect, because you can see it, can't you? Is the Antex C3 a good case? Planning to buy a new PC of 98? Yeah, actually, Jasmine Cat. C3 is an awesome case, and it's really good value. Another one to look out for is the Lian Li Vector V100R. That's a really cool case as well. Good budget stuff. Yeah. I think I agree with you, Max. I think the exposure was too low, so you couldn't really see it. Right, so pop this back on. If you ever struggle to get the back panel on, you can always lay the PC down on its side. Personal choice, but I've tidied it enough that I don't need to. I can hear a van reversing outside, which means I've probably got Amazon out there now. Oh no, that's a Southwest Water van, so that's fine. Okay, right, and then always need to recheck the other side and make sure that you haven't got anything glaringly ugly, anything that looks wrong on here or anything like that. So I'm going to take you off the stand and we're going to take a little sweep around the case. Right. I know the quality won't be very good because I haven't got a key light in here, but put the focus back on. There we go. So I think, you know, that's decent enough. Haven't got anything hanging down too much. We've got a little cable here. We could just tuck that in behind that heatsink. But otherwise, I think we're looking pretty tidy. I really like how this 12-volt high power cable just goes down there. That looks pretty clean. I think we're looking good here. Anything anyone spotted that we need to improve? Or shall we move on? Right, I'll put you back on your tripod now. HDD socket interrupt. Okay, it kind of is. You have another look. I don't think the customer's ever going to use it, but let's have a look. Let's see if we can get the HDD cable out. The ISO on my camera is like 6,000, so I'm sure this looks gross and grainy, but you're probably viewing it on a phone anyway, so it doesn't matter. Actually, no, the HDD drives are clear, so I'll show you. And pull it out there. It's okay. You just kind of have to sweep them sideways a smidge, but yeah. Yeah, so you could lift these cables up and you could tie them across here if you wanted. I think that's going to cause more problems than it's going to solve, personally. And you can still easily get hard drive cages in and out. And the reality is, if you're going to install a hard drive in here, you're going to have to go and retrieve a SATA power from here anyway, so you're going to have to pull it all out regardless. So I'm happy with it for now, but valid criticism for sure. Okay. So I think we ought to boot it up, eh? Oh, I'm going to put the ISO back on auto again. And we'll put the exposure comp up to 1, see what it does. Okay, right, so what we'll do is we'll clear a bit of space on the desk and then we'll give it a little test run. if everything's working, then I'm gonna box it up and ship it to the customer later today. It should be in their hands by Wednesday. Yeah, it looks good, right? The front is the bit that you need to look good. That's what people pay for. The rear is I see it as functional. I don't see it as something that you need to make beautiful for the sake of nothing. It's just like a waste of man hours, isn't it? Cool. Let me move the camera over here a minute whilst we do a bit of tidying up. And we should probably get the customer a bag for all the screws, so let's do that. Or we could put it inside the motherboard anti-static. Let's do that. So if you just joined the stream, guys, we've just finished building a 5070 Ti build, and I'm just doing a bit of tidying up before we boot it up for the first time. Okay. So looking pretty decent, and then good to go. Just chucking out all the various bits of plastic that we don't need anymore. You never close panels. Well, that's true if you're a hobby builder, but as somebody that builds loads of these systems, they pretty much always work. So if I had to go back and put panels back on and do tests with the motherboard outside the case and things like that, over time, the amount of time that I spend doing that compounds. I'm quite confident this will work, and it's no effort really for me to have to pop the panel back off if needed, so we'll see. But that is good wisdom if you're just a hobby builder, for sure. You think the first run is doing it? Well, we'll see, won't we? We'll see. We'll see. You have to send me a super chat if you're wrong. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, so we don't want to lose any screws, so we're just going to bag up all of the spare screws and other bits that came with it so that we don't lose them. Because I always like to give the customer all of the screws that come with the case, just in case they want to do their own upgrades in the future. So I usually just put all of the spare screws into the anti-static bag here. If they come with their own separate little bags, obviously I'll put them in those and then inside this bag for easier use, but depends on what you're doing. This, you never throw this away. We said this earlier. Never throw away the socket cover for your CPU, because if you bend those pins underneath, you are in big doo-doo. Right. Almost tidy. So let's hook it up. So all the plugs are going to be there, aren't they? So we can hook it right up and then spin it around. So I'll put the power in. Now this Asus board's got like a real weird Wi-Fi adapter on it. It doesn't look like the kind that you screw on. Looks like you just sort of stab it on instead, look. So let's try it. Asus do the best Wi-Fi adapters, I think, with their antennas always the nicest ones. So it looks like you just push it on. Yeah, you do. Oh god, that's so much easier. Wow. I love that. That's great. And you've got a magnetic piece for the actual antenna. Chuck that on top. There you go, easy. Alright, so what do we need to plug in now? So let's put in, so I've got my keyboard and mouse on this little dongle here, so we'll put that in. And we will also need Windows USB, but we'll have a look at that in a minute. Okay. And we'll spin this round in a moment so we can see what's going on. Right, I don't think there is anything here that I have forgotten to plug in so far, have I? Apart from the monitor, which will be the final thing. Right. So, monitor there. I'm telling you, this first run, it's going to work, baby. I'm tempted to put the glass panel on just to mess with you, but I won't. I won't. And just because of the way that I'm using a little portable screen, I'm going to have to plug in a couple of USB power cables as well, but obviously if you're building this, you wouldn't have to do any of this. Just because I'm using one of those portable monitors. Okay. There we go. Get everything set up. Got portable monitor ready. Like so. You can tilt the build a little bit so that you can see it better. All right, moment of truth. Mouse. Keyboard. Well, Max, this is the moment of truth, my friend, because I think it's going to work. So I'll flick the power supply to the one position. Got power. Let's see if we get anything on screen. It usually does take a minute or two, being a DDR5 system. They do take a bit longer to train the memory, so we'll see. This one doesn't have any debug LEDs, unfortunately. So we'll just have to see. Oh, I didn't plug the USBs in for the monitor. Let's just do that. So the monitor won't have any power, so you won't see anything yet. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. We'll see. I think it's because I didn't have the monitor powered up properly. Let's try again. Honestly, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be mad if it doesn't work, because there should be no reason why it doesn't work. Come on, monitor, show me something. You're great. There's so many good cases, don't know what to pick. Yeah, there are loads of good cases. You're right, Jasmine Cat, right? I think you'd be very happy with the C3 ARGB or the Lian Li Vector V100R. Both really good choices. Why am I not getting a signal? This is concerning. Did I plug the right USB, the right HDMI cable in? Yes, I did. You cursed me, Max. I can't believe it. Oh, this... Right, that little white USB isn't plugged in fully. Come on, let it be that. Let it be that. Max has... Yeah, Max, what have you done, mate? This is your fault. You have to come around and fix this. Is there any front dust filter in the front panel? There's not. It's just the mesh that's there. I mean, depends how dusty your environment is. You could get a stick-on one for the back of the fans if you wanted. It's up to you. All right, we're going to give it one more try. It could still be that portable monitor. In fairness, it's a bit finicky, especially having two USBs plugged into it. So I do have a workaround if that doesn't work. It's also quite annoying that this board doesn't have any debug LEDs either. The other thing we ought to do is update the BIOS as well, which we can do, because that might be another issue. Max, what have you done to me, mate? Honestly, I have to ban you from the channel. Let's see. Well, at least the screen flashed up that time. Okay. Last attempt before we do a BIOS flash. It could just be the BIOS, you know. It could be. All right, I'm gonna get a USB ready in case it doesn't work, and we can do a BIOS. Do I get a prize for winning this? You know, ever since you come into this chat, all you've done is cause problems. Right, so let's go to Asus Prime PC. That's Wi-Fi. So we're gonna do a BIOS flash. I mean, with the 7800X3D, it should just work out of the box. It shouldn't need a BIOS flash, but we'll see. Yeah, your prize is that you can come over and fix it, because it's your fault. All right. Come on, Asus website. Okay, I'm just putting it onto the USB stick at the moment. Okay, BIOS flash time then. It obviously hadn't posted because I clicked the button once and it turned off, so it hadn't posted. If it had posted, it probably wouldn't have turned off that quickly. Right, which one is the BIOS flash port? It is not obvious, so let's have a look at the manual. Oh, unbelievable. I do this dozens of times and it never fails me. One time I do it live stream, doesn't bloody work. Okay. Flashback. That's going to be page 114. So the BIOS flashback port is the third from the left. All right then. That's handy, it's not in use, that's good. Okay, BIOS is flashing. BIOS is flashing. Let's cross our fingers. Max. Opt-in, criticised everything, cursed boot, got kept back. Oh, I'm only kidding, buddy. How does the BIOS flashback work? Never done. So I think I've got a video on how to do it. If it's not, it'll be on my PC36 channel. Or you can go to pc36.co.uk and there's a sort of PC building tips section. I think I might have put it in there. If not, it'll be up there soon. But basically, you get a BIOS, you get a USB stick, you go to the manufacturer's website, you download the BIOS file, and then you need to rename it so that it's recognized by the motherboard, and then you just plug it in and press the button. The thing you rename it to is different for every manufacturer, and for Asus, it's a bit different for every board, so you have to look at the manual. But it's not very hard to do. It's pretty easy. It'll tell you what to do in the manual. So the BIOS flash, that is going to take a decent amount of time, probably 5 or 10 minutes. So I'm going to have a quick drink, see if anything else is in the chat. We've got 5 people watching. What are the other 3 people doing? Anything fun on a Monday that you're up to? I'm building a PC. It's not booting now, so I'm doing a BIOS flash to hopefully make it work. It could also be the memory, so we'll try a different kit of memory as well. See if that works. Usually if PCs don't boot, first thing to do is do the BIOS flash, and then the second thing is to change the memory out, because memory is always the thing that motherboards are most picky about, so we'll see. But this is why probably a motherboard that has a easy debug LEDs on it would be preferable for the best experience, but we'll see. So the light's gone solid, which usually means it's finished, but that seems way too quick, doesn't it? Usually a BIOS flash takes a bit longer than that. That's correct. Yeah, Max, that's correct. You don't need anything. It's you just need power. So all you need is just the power plugs put in. Yeah, that's right. You don't actually need a CPU or anything else in there, although it will still work if there is a CPU in there, of course. Right, let's see. Okay, so wait until the light goes out before it's finished. So the light is solid green, so I guess we just leave it for a minute. Yeah, so it blinks 3 times and goes solid. So I'm going to keep leaving it. It's still green. I'll show you. So we've got the LED's there, still green, so we'll give that a minute. It does say that LED's supposed to go out. Usually when it goes solid, it means it's finished. Usually it flashes while it's doing it, but we'll see. And then let's see if I can get a good view in here. So I've got my USB stick in the back. It has to go in a designated port, and then you might be able to see it, might not be able to. There's a little thing above there. Let's see if I can manually focus on that. So just above where that green light's coming out, there's a little button there, so you just click and hold that, and then it does it. But yeah, so just hanging on. I'm really hoping that this BIOS flash works, otherwise I'm going to have to start changing components out, which is really annoying. But I would bet if any of the parts are not working, it's going to be the memory. It's always the memory. The memory is always the thing that's buggered up. Either compatibility or faulty module. Could be either. Light is still on solid. We'll see. I'm going to look it up. So usually solid green, that means it's not doing it. So I'm just going to try putting it back on, because it's been a decent amount of time. It probably should have finished flashing by now. So let's just try it. I don't think that flash works. Usually it blinks the whole time. It doesn't just go solid on most. I mean, it could be different for this board, but I don't know. Stock AMD cooler, yeah, it's not the best, but it kind of does the job. I mean, that's all the stock cooler's supposed to do, isn't it? Just get it done. All right, so we haven't got any signal yet. It could still be the monitor. In fairness, like it could still be. Even though I've got it externally powered, it could still be that. So why don't we try plug it into a capture card and see if that works? That is HDMI in. So let's just do that. Because we can use the capture card now that my overhead cam is busted. Have you found the problem yet? Not yet. I tried to do a BIOS update, but it didn't work. So it's okay. The last thing you want to do is panic. Like it's just a computer at the end of the day. We'll always fix it. You'll always be able to get to the bottom of whatever's causing it. It just takes a bit of effort sometimes. So that's the in. That's the out on the capture card. So give it a try. So let's see, hopefully it will come through on this one then. Okay, yeah, cool. So we'll try that in a minute. And we'll see. See if anything comes up. Nothing yet. Can probably do that and then zoom. Oh no, that's not what I want to do. It's that one I want to move. Build looks, yeah, it looks decent. Yeah, it's a good start. Still no signal though. Maybe I've messed up making the USB for the BIOS flash. Perhaps. Why don't we just try a different RAM kit? Because that's going to be a lot quicker to do. So, okay, let's go back to cam. Can you plug in? That's a good shout. Why don't we try that? Yeah, let's do that. So I'll take off the capture card for a minute. We'll do it. I mean, I really hope the GPU works. I'd be pretty mad if that's broken, because that's annoying to get replaced. But so I'll put it into the motherboard now, see if we get anything. I suppose the other thing I could do is try and plug my camera into the screen. Although the screen looks like it's getting power, then it just goes off straight away. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it does do that. Usually, though, I just plug it in and it works, like hundreds of times. So, strange. Very strange. No, nothing. Yeah, oh, it's worth a try, for sure. Okay. I should change the title of the stream to Troubleshooting Broken PC. Well, that hasn't worked. I'm just curious. It could. This whole thing could just be that portable monitor. So I'm just going to plug my other camera, into the screen and see if it works. So I'm just on the camera now, seeing because nothing's come up yet on there. So it should have come up. Oh, where is the HDMI settings on this thing? Ah, there it is. HDMI settings. HDMI. No, so it should. I think it's the screen. Honestly, I reckon the PC's fine. Should we just, because I've got the camera plugged into it now and nothing's coming up on the screen. So let me get another power cord for that screen. Yeah, well, we'll try it. We'll try it in a minute. We did it once and it didn't work, but we can try it for sure. So I've got a new USB plug. This is like 100 watts, so this should definitely be powering this tiny monitor without any issues. But the monitor did power on, so, you know, I thought it would be okay. So that's powered on. And we just need to take the cable, plug it in. Try again. Well, if you just joined the stream, we were building computers, now we're trying to fix them. So, yeah, there's that. Come on, show me some picture. Nope, not happening, is it? Not happening, buddy. Ah, so the monitor does work. Because that's the camera that I'm holding here. All right, so the monitor is fine. Yeah, well, this is just what I use for testing. I don't game on this thing. You know, it's handy to have a light monitor to sort of move around. Okay, so let's swap the memory then. Let's try some Patriot Viper Venom. You shouldn't need the drivers for it just to boot though, even if you plug it into the GPU. So that's why I'm suspecting something else. Can't believe you cursed me like this. Do you know how many builds? I've never tested it without out on the desk. I've never needed to. Now I'm all paranoid. I'll just put one stick in to start with. See how that does. Oh, right. Let's see. Nothing. Unreal. Have we got something else? Can we try? It might still be training the memory in fairness, so we can give it a minute and see how it does. The fan's just got a bit quieter then, so that means that something's moving in there. We'll see. We will see. Welcome to building a computer and then it breaks because I was cursed. Yeah, I mean, it's powering on, so I don't think it's a power supply problem. I mean, you know, not ruling it out, but it is powering on. So it's either some compatibility problem or something else. Maybe it's because that screen is like a weird, it's like a 1440p. So why don't we just ditch this monitor, try a little smaller one again. Holy water. Yeah, throwing water at a PC, what could possibly go wrong, huh? Alright, no picture yet. Even on the new monitor. And that's only this new one's only a 1080p, so you know there's going to be no power concerns with that one. So let's try another BIOS flash. This is very confusing. It could be anything. It could be anything until we just go swapping parts around. So okay. So I'm just making the USB now. So okay. So I can't format my drive, maybe because it's in MBR format, so okay. See if Windows will let me format it now. No, probably not. So maybe we should just convert it back to GPT. Oh, what a faff, huh? It's taken me ages to build this computer. Usually I could do it in an hour. It's taken me like 3 hours. Oh. Okay, new volume. FAT 32. Let's see. Windows is just formatting my USB. Why is it a raw partition format? Not 32. So I'll definitely check I got the right one. So it's B650 plus Wi-Fi, Asus, yeah, that's what I got before. Asus Prime B650 plus Wi-Fi, yeah, fine. So that should all be hunky-dory. And then we can just copy the BIOS file over. And we'll just try again with the BIOS flash. This time we take every precaution. I'm going to safely remove it from the system as well. Have I got disk part open or something? It's not letting me safely remove it. Hello, Internet Explorer 8.1. Welcome to the chat. What a classic app that is. Okay, will it let me safely remove it now, please? Oh. Why isn't it letting me safely remove? I'm just going to pull it out. Whatever. Right. So that's the BIOS port. We're going to turn the PC off. We're going to press and hold the BIOS USB. The light is flashing. That should mean that it's working, but we'll see. I'm watching this on my laptop with a 3050 right now. Well, good for you, bro. I'm actually streaming from a laptop with a 4070 in it, so yeah. I've got this guy Bluetooth killing my PC. The light's gone solid green again. I don't know what is going on with this thing. Starting to think it's a cursed motherboard. Like it won't do BIOS flashback. It's not, it's a Gigabyte Aorus laptop. Had it for a while. It's pretty good for streaming even, like it doesn't seem to break a sweat. Okay, so should we just try a different BIOS version then? BIOS and firmware. A6529.cap. Yeah, that's what we did before. Okay. We're gonna try a different BIOS version. So we're going to format to FAT32. Extract the file we just downloaded. It's renamed successfully, so we'll just pop it onto the USB. That's now completed. Take it out, try another flash. This time I am going to unplug all the other USB devices, I think. Just on the off chance that they're causing an issue. It's done it again. It's gone solid green. Maybe it's supposed to go solid green. Why don't we just leave it a bit longer this time and see if it works? What's going on? What's happening? Oh, so we're building computers. It was going beautifully. I've built hundreds of computers. I didn't ever have any problems with them. And this time, for some reason, it's just not booting up. The power's up, and then I don't get any signal through. I've tried a different monitor, I've tried different cables, doesn't seem to work. Yeah, I've tried putting a different RAM kit in. So we started with Crucial Pro overclocking, and then we've swapped in Viper Venom. There's one stick here, the other stick's in there. So we've already tried that. Beyond this, I'm starting to struggle beyond pulling parts out and trying them to swap them. Wait, I have an idea. Yeah, go on then. I'm all ears. Like, I'm all ears. Switching the power supply. I mean, I could. It's a bit of a faff to do that, and it is all booting up. I'd be very surprised if it was the power supply. This has got like RAM, CPU, or motherboard written all over it if it doesn't boot up. I'm suspecting motherboard because I don't know why. Usually when, like, on BIOS flash, when you get a solid green light like that, that usually means that the BIOS flash hasn't worked, but... Should we just try this? Tell you what, I'm gonna get another USB stick. We'll just try a different one, like a different physical USB stick. I want to try everything possible before having to pull stuff out. So, try a different USB stick. Yeah, I know, Jasmine Catman. I know. Do you know how many times though they've just like. This is the first time this has happened to me in years. Like last time this has happened was like 2 years ago. So it's usually fine, but I agree. EZ debug light is, I think I just can't use them without anymore, right? I completely agree with you, actually. Okay. So, got a new USB stick, which we're going to try. But I've used that other one for other flash, so I don't really get what the problem is with it. I don't know if this is going to work, but it's worth trying anyway. Yeah, I doubt it's the USB stick itself. You're probably right. Light's okay, fan spinner. Yeah, I don't think it's power supply. I agree, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll get there. Right, 3283. Because really, this shouldn't need a BIOS update in order to just work when you build it, which is why I'm suspecting hardware rather than software. But you do have to just go through the motions and do everything before you chop and change physical parts, because you need to know that you've tried everything. Okay, so new USB stick is in. Power supply is now on again. Ooh. Ooh. This one's blinking. Look, you can see it. It's still blinking. I mean, it could be the GPU, but we've tried the motherboard ports for the display, so I doubt it. We did that before you came in the stream, to be fair. So you can see that it's flashing now, so the BIOS update is going. Let's see if that works. Come on, guys. Optimism in the chat. Optimism. So for anyone that's new to the stream, I'm pulling my hair out because usually I built hundreds of PCs. You can see, look at all the boxes behind me. I build PCs for a living. They usually go so smooth. I just boom, they work. This time it has completely baffled me. So yeah, we're in a bit of a sticky sitch. But it's a lovely looking build. It'd be great as like an ornament. What are you going to do, huh? What are you going to do? So we'll see. We've got quite a few people in the chat now. We've got 9. So anyone want to tell me what you're doing with your Monday? Got any questions about PC tech? You know, I do know what I'm doing, despite what's going on here. Let me know your questions. I've just got to get the door for a parcel. Okie dokie. Right. Windows 10 is... So it's motherboard CPUs. I mean, it could be. We'll see what this BIOS update does, if anything. Yeah, Windows 10 is ending support. Yeah, you're right. Yes, RAM prices have gone up a lot, Jasmine Cat, a lot. Used to be able to get really good kits for like £90. They've gone up to like 115 now. It's quite a big increase. I've definitely noticed RAM going up. I think that's because of AI data centers, personally. Yeah, exactly, the AI stuff. That is exactly it. Still flashing away, still flashing away. Love to see it. Intel CPU. Which Intel CPU is that? I guess I'm in Europe technically as well, but am I technically in Europe and the UK? Is that still a thing? I don't know. Oh, light's gone out. Let's give it a try. Come on, baby. Show me some post. It might take a little while, even if it is working, because it has to do memory training, which takes a long time. Fans are going like billio. All on. Sounds like they're all on max. So we'll see. We shall see. I've not got anything so far, but it can take a little while sometimes to post, so we'll see. Oh, fans have changed speed now. So that usually means it's got over the CPU part of the boot. Usually when the fans go back down a bit, it means it's on the next part. So it's either DRAM or screen, so we'll see. That's right, Max, yeah. PCs that look great but don't work. Nothing so far. God damn it, man. God damn it, man. Everything is fully seated. Yes, yes, and yes. I mean, all the cables are in perfectly. I don't see any issues so far from a physical standpoint, but who knows. Yeah, I mean, you might get some good RAM deals on Black Friday, but I doubt it. The prices are going up, aren't they? This tends to happen from time to time, you know. Occasionally you'll get cheap, occasionally it won't be cheap, you know. Just the way of the world. The fans keep going up and down, so I'm going to give it another minute. PC price for Intel 4900K. £328. I mean, if you've already got the board Internet Explorer, like you've already got a nice Z790, Z690 board, then that's still a good choice. But if you're going for a new PC all in, then you're probably better off on like a new Ryzen platform. GP for 5,000. You know, it sounds ridiculous, but there probably will be a £5,000 GPU coming out not too soon. In a year or two, I reckon. Because Nvidia just realised that people always buy the Halo products, don't they? Okay, nothing so far, and this has been a long time now. So let's just try again with the motherboard HDMI, and then we'll start swapping bits out again. So I think, oh, okay, so it might actually be the graphics card. For God's sake, no! Of all the parts to be busted. Okay, so we'll just reset the TPM, it's fine. Oh, you bugger. Right, well, I'm gonna just check all the connections are seated properly and everything's working before freaking out. Oh. So it's working, but this is because it's plugged into the motherboard HDMI rather than the graphics card. That's crazy. So the BIOS update worked in that it got the PC to boot, but it didn't actually solve our initial problem. Okay, so we're in BIOS, but this is on the motherboard display out. That is very unfortunate. Okay, so let's turn it off. Let's give everything a firm push, reseat everything, make sure it's all okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take out the 12-volt cable, and then I'm going to plug it back in again, just in case it's that damn cable, because it could be. It could be. Okay. Oh, they're not the easiest things to take out either. Right, so cable is out. Let's try again. That felt nice going in, so I'll just shine a torch on it, make sure that it's yeah, that is fully seated. That's definitely fully seated. So moment of truth, try again. Right. I'm gonna cross my fingers, and I want you to cross them with me too. Come on, baby. Oh my God, it's working! Yes! Oh, thank God. I reckon it's that cable. I reckon it's that damn 12-volt cable. I was saying earlier about how much I hate this frickin' cable. Oh my God, I'm so relieved that nothing's broken. Jesus Christ. Oh. What a journey we have all been on this afternoon. What a journey. God damn. Right. Okay. I can relax now. Everything is working. So why don't we just put the memory back in that we were going to use in the first place, make sure that works. It is. It's, Adam, it's a real journey. I'm so glad you're all here with me for it, honestly. It makes it a lot easier to deal with, honestly, because I'd just be crashing out right now if I wasn't streaming. Oh, right, let's give this a bit of a better angle. Oh, that is a relief that the graphics card is not broken. Jesus. Be so mad. Right. One stick in, and we'll just put the other stick in as well. I think this will work, because it's actually slightly slower RAM than the Patriot, and the Patriot worked, so one would hope. I'll just flick that back, switch back on. Right, show me the money. It'll take a minute to retrain the RAM, but I'm expecting that, and that is okay. Alright, it sent some signal to the screen, so that's a good start. Hopefully we'll get the BIOS splash screen any moment. Oh yes. Oh baby. Oh baby. Okay. I love it. Right, so we could set this up now, or I could build the next PC. I think let's set this up. Let's complete the job. So let's install Windows and everything. So we'll use capture card. So what I shall do is I'll just turn this off. I'll set the capture card up so that you can view the setup experience, and then we'll be all good. You have no idea how relieved I am. Jesus. That was almost like a 600 quid blunder. It's going to be the out. That's going to be the in. What a journey. Yeah, you did criticize it first, but you know what? We're all richer for it in the end, aren't we? Okay. Right, so can we... Hey, there we go. So we've got main cam there, we've got capture card there. Give it a refresh. I wonder if it will let me do the BIOS screen via the capture card. We'll see. It might not. We might have to wait until we're in Windows to use the capture card. Oh, Jasmine Cat, we got it working. The GPU, Max, you're a bugger. The GPU is not bad. The power cable is bad. You're a naughty little boy. Ugh. It's not like in my capture card though. That's okay. Why am I relieved? Because the GPU isn't actually busted. I thought it might have been, but it wasn't. Thankfully. Okay, well, it's not gonna let us do that, is it? So... in that case, we'll just film the screen then. Oh. Alrighty. Hey. What a journey we've all been on today, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so let's set up our BIOS. Let me just adjust the focus so you can actually see it. There we go. Replace he's a cheeky little boy, Max, isn't he? I did not replace the GPU. I unplugged the bloody 12-volt cable and plugged it back in. This is why you don't panic. This is why you just do the basics. So let's turn our Expo on. We always want to do that. I'll try and center this a little bit better. There we go. Okay, and then we can do our Q fan. We could do that now. Well, you're right about that, Max. You know, the camera pointing at anything always makes it not work. Okay, so CPU fan. You know, there's many ways that you can set up your fan curves, but I'd quite like it just like this, to be honest. That's quite a nice little curve. Chassis fan one. To be honest, I can't actually remember which ones are which apart from the pump fan, so I'm just going to set them all up. Same. Boom, 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 boom. That'll do. back panel curse is real. It absolutely is real, my friend. Never put the panels on a live stream before you've tested it. I'm sure that if I didn't put that panel on, everything would have been fine. So, I have to click everything like 3 times in Asus BIOS. Right, at least it's smooth. Right. You don't have to be exact with it. And then with the pump, you put it in DC mode, and then I tend to do something like this. You always want it to be fairly high, but you don't want it to run at 100% all the time because you'll wear the pump out. So something along those lines will be lovely. So fan curves are set. Other things you can do in the BIOS, make sure your resize bar is on, and then we will go into the advanced mode, and we want to make sure that our TPM and secure boot are enabled. So it's going to be different on every system. So let's try and find out. So FTPM is there, enable firmware TPM, so it is enabled, and then we'll just make sure that secure boot is enabled. Secure boot mode, OS type. Fine, so put it in Windows UEFI mode. Yeah, fine, so that should be okay, and then we can save changes and reset after putting in our Windows USB. So let's go get Windows USB. Got an official USB here, but I do prefer the Rufus one. So if I can find my Rufus USB, I'll use that instead. I hope you enjoyed the emotional journey we've been on today, guys. And I think, if nothing else, it deserves a like on the stream. So if you haven't liked the stream already, please like. And also just like get involved in the convo, you know? We don't bite, we're nice people. Everyone apart from Max is really nice and won't be mean to you, so it's fine. Where is that goddamn BIOS USB? Not the BIOS USB, Windows USB. I can't find my Windows USB. Oh, and also any PC questions, any tech that you want to see, let me know, because I've got, because I've got loads of boxes behind me here, loads of PC stuff. Just anything you're interested in, just give me a buzz. We will find it, we will test it, we will check it, we will do whatever you want, baby. Oh, there it is, found it. Right. This is my Windows 11 Rufus USB, much better than the official USB, so we'll use that. Okay, back to the cam. So make sure we plugged in our Windows USB, and then we will save changes and reset. So we've got our Expo on, we've got our secure booted TPM on, so we can play online games. Oh, things are looking good, baby. The benefit of the Rufus versus the official USB is that you can do a local account installation rather than Microsoft account. It just makes things a lot simpler. So that's what we're going to do. Let's see how we get on. I'm so pleased that this PC is actually working. My God. It's been a real emotional time, guys. I'm glad you've all been here for the journey. Oh, okay, okay. Go on, show me Windows. Taking its sweet time loading into Windows, I tell you. It's probably, oh, it's RAM training, isn't it? Because I put the Expo on. That's why it's taking so long. Come on then. Come on, baby. I have a question. Is it worth to go water cooling one fan radiator setup? Cheap water coolers. Yeah, so if you're, Max, if you're talking about a 120mm liquid cooler, you know, where it's just a tiny radiator with one fan on it, I would definitely not recommend that. I would just get a tower cooler. The reason is that you'll have more points of failure with a liquid cooler because you've got the pump, haven't you? Also, it's probably going to be louder as well because that pump will make noise. When you get up to something like a 3-fan, a 360mm liquid cooler, then the balance is a bit different. But I would not recommend a 120mm liquid cooler. I think a tower cooler will actually be better. It'd probably look nicer as well. I think 120mm liquid coolers look gross. Fine, so here we go. We'll just speed through this setup. It's only you're only getting a 720p feed from my camera, so I don't know how good the text is on screen in terms of legibility, but you can probably just about see. We'll add the product key later. You don't need to do that straight away, as long as you're using the Rufus USB rather than the official Windows 11 Home. Getting there. And it's going to find a disk for us. So disk 0, unallocated space, that's what we're going to want, but I always like to just give it a quick wipe before we go. So I go into the command prompt, I do disk part, list disk, and then it's probably disk 0, so select disk 0, and then just to be sure I detail the disk. That tells me that it's CT0, so I know that this is a crucial SSD, and that's the T500 we put in, so it's pretty good. So we'll just give it a clean. And then we'll do, I like to do convert GPT as well. We don't actually need to do that. And once that's done, X out of that, refresh, and then we can install. So it's disk 0, unallocated space, next. And this will take a little bit, so just stand by while it does its thing. So yeah, I don't think it's, I don't think it's Max. I don't think it's about being cheap water cooling or not. I think it's just 120mm liquid coolers are just generally not worth it in terms of the noise, the points of failure, and everything else. You're much better off with a tower cooler. Water cooling of any kind, whether it's AIO or custom, is mainly for looks. You don't really gain much performance benefit. An air cooler will do just as good a job in most cases. So, even Ryzen 7 high-end stuff, if you put a dual tower cooler in it like a Peerless Assassin, you're going to be absolutely fine with that. That's going to cool that no problem. And you've also got no pump, so if it fails, it's not going to be a catastrophic failure. The only time I think liquid cooling is really needed is if you need it for the looks of your build, or if you're on a very high-end CPU, like an i7 overclocked, or an i9, or a Ryzen 9. Everything else you're going to be absolutely hunky-dory with an air cooler. Even on Ryzen 9, you could put a big air cooler on it and it would be fine as well. So you don't necessarily need liquid cooling, but I know that it does look nicer. So the main reason people have liquid coolers is for the looks. And they'll tell you all kinds of things about wanting it for the performance, but they're actually just lying, basically. Oh, this takes so long, doesn't it? Installing Windows nowadays. It's just full of so much bloat. I am going to go get a drink. So if anyone's got any more questions, anything else they want to see in the chat, let us know. And then we'll get back to installing Windows in just a minute. It's going to take its sweet time though, isn't it? Oh, 42%. Jesus. Taking so long, isn't it? Taking so long. Do you want to have a look around? Shall I show you around? Like, show you what gear I've got if you want to check any of it out. Actually, I just got a big Amazon shipment. Should we do some unboxing while we're waiting for this to complete? That might be more fun. Let me go get all the boxes. Be back in a sec. Right, bear with me a minute. I've just got to peel all my address labels off the boxes. He's not alone in the chat. I think it's just lots of people lurking, chilling, you know. That's fine. I don't really chat if I watch a live stream, to be honest. I just watch most of the time. Totally get it. Obviously, you know, we're a friendly bunch around here. Not gonna rip your head off. Right, so what we'll do, I can see that Windows is going to install. So we'll finish doing that. We'll get it all set up and everything, and then we'll unbox the Amazon goodies that have just arrived. Oh, DDR5 takes so long to boot compared to DDR4. Jesus. What's going on here then? What's it doing? I've never seen it do this before. Well, it can't be connected to the internet because I've not set it up. I've never seen it do that screen before. Usually it just goes into the setup thing. Oh well. What are you going to do? Well, it's going to take as long as it looks like it's going to. Let's unbox some stuff. Okie dokie. Right, wakey wakey. Ugh. The joys of amateur live stream. Oh my god, are you kidding me? It's actually just finished. Every time I go tease you with this Amazon unboxing, the PC decides that it wants to like crack on with it. Okay then, as you wish. We will install Windows. Come on then. Show me the money. Maybe the new Rufus sticks come with some kind of service pack on them or something. I don't know. Who knows? It's not. I hope it's not water. It's cloudy lemonade. Delicious, my friend. So one of the benefits of doing Rufus rather than using the official Microsoft installer is that, you know, you see here it says install driver. So if you're trying to use Wi-Fi, Windows 11 doesn't come with all the Wi-Fi drivers for new motherboards, so you have to like get a USB stick, put the driver on a USB stick and install it. Whereas if you've used Rufus, you have this I don't have internet button, so you just use that instead. It's so much easier. And then we'll just put in the user account. This is a customer PC, but it's not going to be their full name that I put in, so I'm not going to dox them or anything. Let me just see what name they want on it. It's a fairly nondescript name, so that'll be fine. And then I don't put a password on for them. I usually just leave it blank. They can always add a password later. Honestly, Cloudy Lemonade, Max. It's the way, bro. It's the way. It tastes so damn good. Refreshing. So much goddamn waiting. I worked hard today. I should have finished this build about like 2 hours ago. But you know, it's just all the fun of the fair. All the fun of the fair. Loading up. Right, it's nearly there. Here we go. Setting up Windows. Boom. Okay, so whilst we're sorting everything else out, we can install some chipset drivers, we can install some graphics drivers. And we are really getting there now. If you've just joined us, you've missed a whole lot of fun in terms of like me nearly panicking that I've got a broken 5070 Ti, but hey. I know, well, actually, you know what? It's funny that Windows has a lot of stuff even from even older than Windows 10 in there. Like you could go to the control panel, and the control panel's been like that for ages. Since like Windows 7, a lot of the things in the control panel are exactly the same. I guess the thing is, if something works, why change it? It's like Task Manager, isn't it? Like Task Manager's just a robust piece of coding that just works. So why change it? All right, so we'll just install graphics driver. Then we can reboot after this. What else can we do here? We could use, yeah, let's use Signal RGB rather than Armory Crate, because Armory Crate is essentially malware, isn't it? So we shall do that. One thing that's really good to do for any Windows installation, go to Edit Power Plan. Change this if you want to. And then you go to choose what the power button does, change settings, and then turn off the fast startup. So you don't want this ticked. What that means is every time you boot your PC, it will actually flush the RAM when you shut it down. If you leave that ticked, it kind of holds your system in RAM a little bit to speed up the boot, but it's not worth it. So I would certainly be disabling that option. And Signal RGB is all over the bloody shop, so just let that install itself, and then we'll do a stress test in a minute. Are there any quick gaming tests you want to see? I mean, this is a 1080p screen, so it's probably going to rip through whatever you put on it. But we could do, let's just copy this folder over. No. Signal RGB, do you need to be online? No, I don't think so. Okay, so that usually means that graphics is nearly done. Yeah, perfect. Yep, nice, nice, nice. We'll just let Signal do its bit. Why on earth would I set up an account when I could just do it without an account? Okay, so we'll just... Another little quality of life thing is I like to install all the DirectX stuff as well. Just, you know, when you're putting Afterburner on or anything later, it's just nice to have one, isn't it? So we'll just put that on. It's not malware. It's not malware. It's just, it uses so much of your system resources and it's such a big and bloated app and it doesn't need to be. Whereas Signal RGB will just take all of the different RGB stuff in the system, all in one app, easy. The best solution is just not to use RGB at all. That's what I've got in my computer. But if you're going to use RGB stuff, then Signal is probably the best one. Okie dokie, we're getting there. Oh Jesus, that's going to take way too long. Right. What we'll do instead is just grab the stress test off here. Honestly, if you're not using RGB, I would completely get rid of Armory Crate. Even if you're using RGB, I would uninstall it and then get Signal RGB. Armory Crate is so bad that you have to get an app in order to fully uninstall it, because if you try and uninstall it normally, it leaves loads of junk behind. No RGB app is good, but I think Armory Crate is probably the worst among all of them. So I would avoid it if possible. If you've got, you know, an 8-core processor or more, it's probably not going to affect your performance very much. But if you've got a 6-core processor or something that's a bit older, you might actually find it's got quite a big difference if you were to uninstall it. So something to think about. Look at that! Look at that name. I would love a pint of Guinness. That's so funny. All right, so let's just connect to the Wi-Fi. So I've just plugged in a USB Wi-Fi for now. We can install the drivers as needed. So it even like prompts you to download Armory Crate. No, thank you. I do not want Armory Crate. Signal RGB does not tweak fan speeds, although you can either do it in the BIOS if you're just going to do CPU, which is my preference because there's no app required, but you can also get an app called Fan Control. I can show you it in fact. So it's literally just called Fan Control. This one. So Fan Control, highly focused. This one is probably the best one if you're going to control it on your PC, because usually it can control your GPU fans, it can control all of them, and you can set your fan speed according to GPU, whereas in the BIOS you can only set it according to CPU really. So this is quite a good option as well. You know, the thing is with Armory Crate, I'm not saying it's an awful thing you should never have. It's just that I think there are better options that aren't going to use as much of your system resources. So I'm hoping that Windows Update just gets the Wi-Fi driver automatically for this, but if it doesn't, we'll get it off the Asus website. No, R5 3400G. Yeah, I mean that's lower end for sure, but the thing is, I'm not going to bash anyone for having whatever computer they've got. If it works for you, it works for you. If not, you just save up some money. You know, it's no big deal. I'm not going to like bully anyone for like what computer they've got. It's just sad. All right, so let's get the Wi-Fi driver. Oh, I just want the drivers. Why do you make it so difficult to find? Yeah, I mean, on the 3400G, I would honestly not use Armoury Crate. I think it might actually have a detrimental effect on your performance. The fan control software is much lighter, so that's what I would do. Right, driver and tools, wireless, MediaTek Wi-Fi. Bluetooth isn't working either, so should we find Bluetooth? The fun thing about the Asus ones is they kind of they just install silently in the background. Weird. So let's see. Yeah, so we've got two Wi-Fi options now, so they're both installed. Very nice, very nice, very nice. So we could unplug the USB one, and then we can use the actual motherboard one because it'll be a bit faster. Max, yeah. I think the game bar isn't so bad. I think that's all right. I don't know I don't even know what VirtualBox is, but yeah, I think the stock cooler is probably not holding you back apart from the noise aspect. I don't think you're going to get any better performance by changing it, but you might get lower noise, or you will get lower noise, I should say. So there is that. Okay, so that's all installed. Perfect. Get rid of that. So we've got a lot of updates there. We can leave those go in the background. So let's give it a reboot, and then yeah, and we can run the stress test for a bit. And then we'll be flying. Yeah, 5600 is quite a nice little CPU actually. Yeah, I agree, the cache is very helpful. Makes quite a big difference to performance actually, so I agree with you on that one. While that's loading up, we can see if there's any more chat to catch up on. I don't think so. I think we're up to date. Bloody DDR5, honestly. Come on, hurry up. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. Right. Let's just get the other. Let's get the Prime 95 off as well, off the USB, and then we'll be flying. So run the Prime 95, we'll run the OCCT, we'll see how the temps do. You can see it's shot up already to 75, but Prime 95 will always shunt your temperatures super high, so this is more just to make sure the system's not going to collapse under high load. So it's not really indicative of what temperatures will be in game. I mean, in games, your CPU temp's probably going to be about 60. But the Prime 95 is a super intense benchmark, so that's why. Let's see if Superposition wants to install. There we go. Probably be quite slow to install because I've got Prime 95 rinse in the CPU, so. Oh, it's Windows Update. Honestly, bloody Windows Update slammed my OCCT, I think. Yeah, exactly. Well, that, you know, those temperatures are expected on a lower end CPU, so it'll be fine. Why are there so many good cases? There are loads of good cases now. Cases have come on a long way. Like, even cheaper stuff can look really good. So it's totally fine. Okay, try you again, OCCT. Right, hopefully this time Windows Update doesn't screw with you. Well, like I said, the two that I would recommend, Antec C3 case and the Lian Li Vector V100R, they're both great options. Whichever one you choose, you're going to be golden. There we go. So well, let's actually just run Superposition first. And it looks like the PC wants to be restarted. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's still just installing. The thing with Prime 95 is it likes to keep itself awake even when you exit it. A bit cheeky. There we go. Oh Lord, right, that's 4K optimized. Will it not just run full screen? Why is it? It's so zoomed in. Secretly think DDR5 is bait for general consumer speed difference. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the DDR4 3200 CL16 is about the same as DDR5 6000 CL30. The DDR5 has more bandwidth, so technically it should be faster. But you can still get great speeds on DDR4. Are fish tank cases good? Absolutely. They aren't the best for cooling, but they're still excellent for cooling, but they're not the best for cooling. The best for cooling is a traditional front to back airflow layout. Something with mesh on the front with big fans. It's just always going to be true. But fish tanks look good and the cooling is going to be great. So if that's what you like the look of, absolutely go for it. Seems to be running the benchmark pretty good. Looking good so far. Because that's Matt saying, I really wanted Fractal Terror build, every suitable part besides Noctua NH16. I was at the L12S, is that what you mean? Didn't bother the whole year just by on the right side. Yeah, but do you know what? You don't even need the Noctua cooler. Thermalright AXP 120 X67, that's fantastic for the Terra. You just need to make sure that you bring the CPU chamber of the Terra slightly away from the side where the panel is to prevent that turbulence noise. But I found it great. In fact, I found the temperatures on it better than when I used the Noctua NHL12S because of the design, so I think you'll be fine. Fractal Terra is beautiful. We've got loads of Fractal Terra builds on the channel, and it's incredible. I think it's an amazing case. It's just quite expensive. It does come with those caveats though, of course, with most mini ITX systems. They are going to be a bit warmer, so that does happen. So we're sailing through Unigine. Superposition benchmarks going nicely, so can't complain. Beautiful stuff. Nice, there we go. I wonder if it'll let us, let's see, will it let us compare? Oh, don't want to do any of this, go away. Oh, I don't want any of this rubbish, leave me alone. Right. So what score did we get? 23561. See what we're near. So around the level of the 4090 by the looks of it. That seems to be generally what the 5070 Ti is doing, according to superposition at 4K anyway. That's pretty sweet. Pretty good performance. Internet Explorer's back. What's the price for the V100R supposed to be? 91 euros here. Oh, 91's a bit much. Yeah, it's £70 here. So that's generally quite good. I don't know what that would be in euros. It's probably not that far off 90, but it's probably worth it. But cheap cases are still good as long as they've got mesh on the front of them, or a fish tank style. You can't really get that wrong. So yeah, cool. So superpositions worked really nicely. Let's just load up those benchmarks for, well, it's not benchmark, stress test again. We'll test out the temps and then see how we get on. Oh, we got it working a little while ago. So the problem in Internet Explorer was it was that 12 volt high power cable. I just unplugged it and then plugged it back in and then it worked. I also did manage to flash the BIOS using a different USB stick. So one of those things worked. I think it was the 12 volt cable personally. I think when I reseated that, I think that let the graphics card work again. But the BIOS update might also have been helpful for the memory compatibility. So overall, we're happy. It's just that bloody 12 volt cable strikes again. It's awful, awful design. I wish they hadn't done it, but it's not going to go anywhere now, is it? It's the new standard. Right, so let's get our stress test going. So you can see we've already got our CPU pegged 100% using the Prime 95, and then we'll use the OCCT for the GPU side of things. You could also use something like Heaven Benchmark, loop that's what I normally do, but it's just nicer to see all the stuff on screen for you guys if we use OCCT. HP Pavilion from 2010, oh my gosh. It's amazing though how long you can, my condolences, it's amazing how long you can get an old laptop to still do what you need though. Like with an SSD and with a bit more RAM, you can keep them going for ages. And if you use a Rufus USB for Windows, you could definitely get Windows 11 on those older laptops, although it wouldn't have all the security bonuses that you'd get from newer stuff. Got it for free, well there you go, the price is right. The price is right. Right, rather than have you guys just look at a load of charts for a bit, why don't we open up some packages from Amazon and see what we've ordered, because that came through a minute ago, and we can come back and look at these temperatures again in a minute, but they're looking pretty good to start with. I mean, for starting temperatures, I'm pretty happy with that. We're pulling about 380 watts through the CPU and GPU, so plenty of headroom for our 750 watt power supply. Okay, right, so let me just put you back on auto. Up in the air, upsy daisy. Okay, so we have a look there. Who knows? Maybe it's like your mum's marital aid in one of these, and we'll see, won't we? 8 GB RAM. That 8 gigs plenty. I would definitely, if you can, swap out that hard drive for an SSD though. Yeah, I wouldn't bother with the RAM. Yeah, the RAM's probably not holding you back. I mean, maybe if you could put another 8 gig in, then you're good. But you know, what have we got here? So, oh, Ethernet cable. I just need that for myself. So, not very exciting so far. And then we've got some DDR4 RGB RAM that we need to complete the other build that I was meant to do today. So there's that. How exciting. Next package. Oh, a few more goodies here, so let's have a look. So I said earlier in the stream that I was going to do some cheap RTX 5060 builds for Christmas. These are going to be perfect. Gen 3 drives with memory buffering for those B450 motherboards. No point getting Gen 4 if you can't use it. So these were really cheap, about £40 for a 1TB, so great value. And then for those same builds, we've got some silicon powered DDR4 3200 CL16 memory. So these are going to be great for our cheap builds that we've got coming up. That'll probably be on the channel in a couple of weeks. So I've got loads of content already pre-scheduled. Next. Also getting an iPhone 4 from 2010. Dude, you're keeping the e-waste out of out of the tip. Oh yeah, so 990 Evo Plus drive. I got this for about £90, 2 TB. That's going to be pretty good for customer upsells on the website. So looking forward to using that at some point. Just some ink cartridges. Boring. All right, what have we got in this one then? Our penultimate box. It's stupid as like some laptops are just cursed, aren't they? I'm glad my Gigabyte one's really good. It's actually pretty solid laptop, so I'm very happy. Aha! This is a bit more interesting. MSI Inspire 5060. Now, do you want to have a look at this now? Yes or no? Shall I open this, unbox it, or are you just not interested? You just don't give a hoot. In which case, I'll just put it on the shelf. Go on, let's have a look at it. I've not seen the Inspire series, but they look really. I think they look really cool. Ooh, champagne coloured graphics card, anybody? I think it looks pretty nice. What do you think? The colour you see on screen is pretty accurate. That is what it looks like in real life. Sort of champagne coloured, sort of weak coffee coloured. I like this. I think it looks tidy. That's going to look good in a build. So this is going to be for budget build. I got this 5060 for only £210. Absolute bargain. Yeah, I think it looks pretty sweet. So we'll be combining this with some Ryzen 5500s in some future builds. with some cheaper motherboards and just focusing on some value, using up a couple of cases that I've got. One of those is the GameMax Infinity, the other one is an Aero Cool Hive, so just some cheap stuff. Looking forward to using that actually. Pretty sweet. I've got another one I think, which might be in the other packet, but we'll have a look. Always rebox your stuff if you're not going to use it, because leaving it hanging about is just asking for trouble. For a starter PC, so Internet Explorer, what's your budget and what are you trying to achieve? Those are the two things you need. Like, what kind of gaming do you want and what budget? That's going to be the key stuff that we need to know here. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Well, you were slagging off Sapphire earlier, Max. What do you think of this? Nitro Plus 9060 XT 16 gig. This was £327. Great price. We can have a look at this as well if you want. $200 to $300. That's going to be real tough. You need to get on the used market. You're probably better off picking up just a whole like used PC. Honestly, I know this is going to be a hard truth. £300 budget, I would not bother. I would not bother. Unless you can find some amazing used prices, I just wouldn't be doing it. It's not worth it. My friends would ask me how much do I need for a good PC. With new parts, $650 is the minimum, I think. Used parts, yep, you can go a bit lower. Yeah. Devlin, so it says, would you recommend 9070 XT at over the RTX 5070? Yes, actually. So it depends on the price. So if it's within like £75 or dollars or whatever, yes, I would make that upgrade because you get the more VRAM. So I think you're going to be in a better way there. So yeah. Okay. Oh, that is a good looking card. I mean, I feel like it's a bit overkill for a 9060 XT, but let's have a look at it. Dude, this looks fantastic. It's still got the plastic wrap on it, so it's not actually this shiny. Wow. That is so cool. So that's what it will look like when it's in your PC. Damn, dude, that is such a nice design. That's cracking. Oh, I cannot wait to use this. Beautiful. Oh, Sapphire, my guys, that is fantastic. I love it. Again, it's almost like an off sort of champagne colour as well, just like the MSI one we just looked at. Nah, dude, come on. No other graphics card has this cool like side panel thing like this. No one ever thinks about how it looks like sideways. Come on, man. That looks good. That looks real good. Straight up gas. I don't even know if that's a... Honestly, I'm so old. I don't know if that you mean that's a good thing or a bad thing. Usually if you're gassing something up, it means it's good, right? So I hope that's what you mean. Anyway, I like it. So that's all that matters. Come on, man. You can't be telling me this looks like any other GPU. That looks fantastic. It's probably got RGB on it as well. Oh, awesome. Looks like a suitcase. That's pretty funny for your first comment. I mean, all right. It's not going to be for everyone. I think it looks great. I think it looks great. All right. I get your point, guys. You don't like it as much as me. Back in the bag you go for a future build, baby. Looks like a suitcase. Unbelievable comment. I think it looks great. Now I'm getting absolutely flamed in the comments. That's crazy. Right, Reeboks. What's in the accessories box? Do you get an anti-sag with it? That'd be cool. It's wrong, it looks different. I'm waiting for your next comment, Max, where you tell me that it looks crap. But I agree, all the other Sapphire cards do look the same. So, you know, there is that. So look, it comes with an anti-sag bracket and looks like a ARGB plug connector thing. So it's nice that they include this, but it's that kind of like PCIe bracket mounted type. I think these are awful. I think they're really bad. They don't actually keep the GPU up very much, and they're a real pain in the ass to install. The ones that just sit freestanding in the case are much better than this, or there's some that mount to the motherboard which are better. It's nice that they include it, obviously, but I would much prefer it if they just put in a freestanding one instead. I think those are a lot better. So good, but not my preference. I have a 3056 gig laptop GPU and a Ryzen 5. Well, that'll be all right. That'll do you some 1080p gaming. I mean, you might have to sort of adjust the settings a little bit, but I think that's still going to get you some good gaming. Oh, I forgot to put this bit of foam back in. Ebby says, bro, is my build good? AMD 7, I'm going to assume that's 7800X 3D. Asus ROG 5080, 64 gigs RAM, 310 Samsung AC. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty sweet build, my guy. I mean, that's going to do everything that you need. Who needs a 5090? Absolutely nobody. Apart from Jensen wanting you to give him a shed load of money. What are you going to get from a 5090? Bro, you've got a cracking build. 12 gigs of RAM, that's decent. That's enough. That'll do the job, Internet Explorer. All right, so we can put this away as well. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to send me 2 of those 5060s. I wonder what happened to the other one. Yeah, it's a pretty sweet build. I love it, love it. Right, I'm just going to check my Amazon because I'm pretty sure they were supposed to send me 2 of those MSI 5060s. So let's just make sure one of them's not delayed or something. A day's do a sleep. We did do a sleeper build. It didn't go very well, but that's because I didn't really do it properly. I didn't put all the fans in it. There's a few on the channel coming up that don't have any RGB in them and look really classy, so I'm looking forward to those being released. One was a Lian Li A3 build, which is really, really awesome. Yeah, Max, see, Max, you can say some nice stuff, dude. You know, the MSI is kind of, it's more of like straightforward thing, but I think that Sapphire design was really good. So, you know, I'm on board with it. All right, so okay, so one of my GPUs arrived. I've got two more of those MSI 5060s coming on Wednesday. I couldn't turn down that price. £210 for a 5060. That's absolute no-brainer. That's going to be fantastic. 1080p monster. That'd be fine for 1440 as well. Okay, I think that's all the stuff that I've got to unbox. Should we have a look and see how we're getting on with the benchmarks? So let me just adjust my cam. So what's the temps looking like? It is getting a little bit warmer in here, which like physically in this room. So let's see. Okay, so 80 on the CPU, 70 on the GPU. Guys, that's fine, isn't it? That's completely fine. I cannot complain about that whatsoever. So I think we're in a good way here, you know? I think our temps are good. I think we can't complain. I think there's nothing to worry about, basically. We're in a good spot. RGB is kind of overrated. Yeah, so you know what, Internet Explorer, I'm with you, buddy. I don't have any RGB in my PC at all. It's just, in fact, you can't even see my PC. It's strapped underneath my desk. So I've got more desk space on the top. Is the Antec C5 ARGB? Yes, it is a good case. So the C5 is good. The C3 is probably just as good and a bit cheaper. I've used it loads of times on the channel. You can go through our channel, you can see loads of builds with it. It's really good. So yeah, I mean the C3 ARGB is fantastic. I think you're gonna love it. Internet Explorer, no, dude, don't apologise for yapping. That's the whole point of the live stream, bro. I love it. I love it. I love giving out helpful tips and all that stuff. So, you know, keep them coming. Roman Hills, how will we bypass the new Windows 11 requirements? Don't want to force into... Oh, so Roman Hills, rewind about 45 minutes into this video because you need to use Rufus to create the USB. Rufus will find a way to bypass the online requirement. I agree that it's absolute... It's such a pain. It's such a pain that they keep trying to lock this Windows installation down, making you be online. Such an annoying thing that they do. So the bypass NRO, I'm told that that's been patched, but if you use Rufus to make your USB in the first place, then you'll have an option on there that will let you essentially not be online. You need that button that says I don't have internet in the corner, don't you? That's what you're looking for. I completely agree that that is going to be such a faff for setting up, particularly on the newer motherboards, because Windows 11 doesn't come with the Wi-Fi drivers preloaded for a lot of these boards. So you're going to be in a position where you might not have the Wi-Fi drivers there. You're going to have to tell the customer how to install the Wi-Fi drivers from a USB. Oh, it's just going to be so many problems, so many problems. It'll be fine for, you know, Acer, Dell and that, because they're going to mass produce and they'll get Microsoft to include it. But for the little guy, it's going to be a real faff. Yeah, so Win 11 LTSC. I use that on one of my... I've got two laptops. My other one is sort of lower end, and I do use the LTSC on that one. But I think one of the main things that people ought to do with their Windows install is just disable the animations. So you can go into the animation settings, turn them off, and then your PC is just going to feel snappy, much more snappy without those animations on. Windows is too greedy. I agree. They've got so much money, Microsoft. What are they doing? Like, they're making you sign into a Microsoft account so they can take your data, and then they're increasing the price of the Game Pass. Like, come on, guys. Have you not got enough money? Have you not got enough money already? Right, so benchmarks-wise, I think we're pretty happy with this, aren't we? 82C on the CPU, 70C on the 5070 Ti. Any games that you want us to test out quickly? We could give it a go. And Windows 10 has VM for its last day. Not a bad shout, not a bad shout at all. I think the LTSC isn't a weird one. That's an official one, I think. Or I think it's not the LTSC that I use. It's the IoT, or it's IoT LTSC or something like that. That's the one that I've used on lower end stuff. But for most of them, it's fine, isn't it? I mean, I use Rufus just to create a standard Windows 11. That does the job for me. That's plenty. Okay, so I think benchmark wise, we can say that this has passed. I think we're doing pretty well here. So why don't we leave this going for another 5 minutes, make sure it's still stable, and we can have a quick look around at the studio. We can see if there's anything else that you're interested in looking at from the shelves. So Max, my friend, I know what you're saying is like a joke, but there's a common misconception that if your CPU runs at 90 degrees C, it's putting more heat into your room than if it was running at 60 C. But that's not the right thing to look at. What you want to look at is the wattage. So if your PC is putting out 500 watts, it doesn't matter what actual degrees C that your components are running at. If it's putting out that much in watts, then the heat is going to be dumped into your room regardless of how good your cooling solution is, because that heat has to go somewhere, doesn't it? So, you know, that's essentially my point, but you know what I'm saying. I know you're only messing about, but I thought it'd be a good educational point for everyone. Okay, right, let's have a look around and then we can see. The whole place is a complete mess because I had a meltdown earlier thinking this gaming PC here wasn't working. Should we have a quick look at this PC actually? Get a proper look at it. So here it is. Maybe if I just shine the key light on it, it will look a bit better. So it's looking pretty nice now. RGB's going, looking good. Should we take that side panel off? We can get a slightly better look at the inside with the side panel off. Okay, side panel is off. Yeah, that's a bit cleaner, isn't it, for what we're looking at? So I think this is quite a nice looking little build. Got our liquid cooler, we've got our 5070 Ti, got a 7800X3D under there. Looking good. I think the cables look decently tidy as well. You might make the argument that you should have some custom sleeved cables in here for the cleaner look, but I think it looks good enough. If you wanted it to be a showpiece, then absolutely get those custom sleeve cables, but you don't need them. It's just that they're just like a nice little extra, aren't they? So I think we're looking pretty good there. I love that Palette Gaming Pro, man. It does look, it looks good. There's not any like RGB bling on it or anything. It just looks clean and nice. I think we're looking good there. Right, what are people saying? Didn't know that. Why do people hate Windows 8? Well, yeah, it didn't really go. The GPU is 5070 Ti Palette Gaming Pro. I love it. I think it looks great. And Palette are good. They've never caused me any issues. They've always been great. So I do recommend them. There's only really, Inno3D is probably the only company where I'd say anything above a 70 class don't get it. But all the other companies, I've never had a problem with them. They're all fine. So don't be one of these people that just cares about brand, because you know that's how you get into trouble, really, isn't it? With spending money that you don't need to. Okay, let's have a look around. So this is my wall of cases. Fractal North there, that's going to be in a build very soon. Vida Akira case, Game Max Infinity, a couple of NR200p Maxes that I got at a good price, Lian Li A3, Aerocool Hive, that's going to be one of our budget builds for those RTX 5060s. V100R Lian Li that we're going to do in a video coming up. Fractal Focus 2, that build's going to be, well, hopefully tonight actually. H5 Flow, so we've got loads of cases. I need to get rid of a lot of them actually. Terra box there for the one that we tore down earlier, which is there. The whole place is a mess, guys. It's not usually this messy. It's just because I'm live streaming. Some more cases over here. We've got the Antec Performance 1M, CH260 Deep Cool, NZXT H5 Flow in black. And we've got our Antec Flux build down there that we're finishing up later. A few GPUs, 5080s, 5070s, Arc B580. What have we got down here? We've got some fans, some coolers, some power supplies, some more liquid coolers and various other bits. That's what we're working with here. It is a real mess. It's not usually this messy. Oh, it's starting to get real toasty in this room now. Right, what are people saying on the chat? Use this daily not to be frozen. Fair enough. I mean, you're going to get a dual usage, aren't you? You're going to use your PC and warm the room up. What was the most powerful PC I've built? I've got a 5090 and 9800X3D build that I did on the channel. I think it's called something like, have you got a 5090, build this. That was fast, but I don't recommend the 5090. I think it's way more than anyone's ever going to use. 5080 and 9800X3D is a beaut spec. That's really the highest end that anyone's going to need realistically. So I would recommend that. Okay, so this build is now complete. So I'm just going to tidy up the Windows installation a bit so that it's ready for the customer. And then we do have one more build. I might save it for another stream, or I might do it now, depending on how much people want to stay. Because this has gone on for ages now. Okay, so we can close all this down. Close Prime 95. We'll actually have to close Prime 95 from the Task Manager because it often doesn't close itself. Like I just saw it there. Bye bye. Right. Is it Ryzen 9 5080 for? Yeah, that's cool, man. That's a good little spec. I mean, I'd only use that Ryzen 9 if I had an actual need to. I don't think it's any faster for gaming than a 9800X3D. And I think the latency will be higher, which isn't something that's quite easy to measure, but it's something you can feel. So I wouldn't be using a dual CCD CPU for a competitive shooters channel, and unless they have a production need alongside it, which would be fair enough. Okay, so we need to uninstall superposition. Now, if I was doing this as a full YouTube video, I'd do a whole suite of other game benchmarks, but we don't have time for that today. We're just building it as a standard one for the customers, so we'll leave that as it is. Just check the downloads folder. Nothing in there, that's perfect. And then we probably need to reboot it to apply some updates. So let's do that. Easy for editing as well as gaming. So there you go. That is a valid use of the Ryzen 9 then. But I find a lot of people use the Ryzen 9s that really have no business using a Ryzen 9. They think it's just faster because it's got a 9 on it. But personally, Ryzen 7 is more than enough. PC will turn into space heater if I launch one Steam game. Probably not, actually, based on the spec that you gave me, but the fans might spin up very loud if the cooling solution's not very good. Because I imagine the parts that you mentioned earlier, they're probably not very high wattage, so they're not going to be dumping a load of heat into the room, are they? That's just my 2 cents anyway. If you've not seen my YouTube videos before, the quality is a lot better than this live stream. This is just my webcam. The actual videos, the image quality is a lot better. But I was just doing these builds today. I thought I'd just do it live and have a chat with you guys, because it's more fun that way. Otherwise, I'd just be building here on my own. I mean, I would have built it a lot faster. I probably would have had this done in under an hour. But it's just good to enjoy. You know how it is. Right, so I'm going to put some of the GPUs on the shelf because they're clogging up a lot of my floor space at the moment. To undervolt a 7600 to even 8. So Roman, here's one of the things you do for your customers. So you go into the BIOS and you set the TJ max to 75 degrees C, and you set a -20 curve optimizer as long as the motherboard supports it. And that will be the perfect solution, because when you're playing games, you don't load the CPU fully. So you're very unlikely to reach 75 degrees C. So you'll get all the benefits of the curve optimizer without the drawbacks. And then when your game is loading things like shaders, where it uses 100% of the CPU, when you're loading up, say, Warzone and doing the pre-shader loading, that will prevent it from going too high in temperature. So you're only going to lose the performance when you don't need that performance, if that makes sense. So that's a little tip that I tend to do in ITX builds, and it works really well. The 75C TJ Max is really, really good. And then the curve optimizer just gets you a bit more out of each level. And -20 is a pretty safe level that's going to work on all CPUs. Right, so let's put back on the shelf some of our new GPUs. If you've missed it, you can scroll back a bit, but we've got the lovely 9060 XT Sapphire Nitro. We'll chuck that on the shelf here. Running out of space, actually. It's because Christmas is coming up. And we'll pop this 5060 MSI Inspire over there. Yeah, that's a pretty tasty little collection we've got brewing over there, isn't it? So that case up there, that's the next build. So that's what we need to do next. I'm gonna do that as a speed build because it's getting late. I've been live for so long. Right. Okay. Let's actually just grab that in a second. I'm gonna take this PC out of the room so that it's out of the way. But it does look good. Let's take one more look at our work. Come on. We've been through a journey together. Let's revel in the result. Obviously, this isn't how I would normally photograph or video my PCs for customer usage. If you want to see how I do that, check out my usual YouTube content and also check out pc36.co.uk, pc36.co.uk. You can see examples of all my build footage, all my lovely pictures. I do much nicer pictures than these. This is just a quick overview for you to see. But I do like this case. Corsair 3000D airflow does look good, and if you get the RGB version, he comes with the 3 fans on the front, not the one at the back, but it's just nice to have those pre-installed. It does save a bit of time and effort. And then if you were here earlier, you would know how much of a bastard this 12-volt high power plug is, because that caused us a lot of anxiety earlier thinking our graphics card was broken. So I'm very glad that that's not the case. Okay, so back on the tripod you go. And then we can get this out. So this will be shipped out tomorrow, actually. So customer will receive this on Wednesday, going all the way up to Wales. So yeah, pretty good stuff. So PC is rebooted and seems to be all fine. I will need to put a Windows license on it before I take it down. So let me do that. I'm gonna have to blur it though. So actually you can't steal my code, can you, once I've put it in? So I'm just going to order a code on here, and if you've got any more questions, just please in the chat let me know. So I've actually got to activate Windows for them in advance. Otherwise you get loads of support tickets about it and it's a faff. So do you know what? I will do it later. I will do it later. It's going to take far too long and be too boring for the stream. Okay, right, so let's shut this down then. It's good, it is complete. I'm going to put some Instapack foam in it as well because we're going to be shipping this PC. So we're going to do that. That's going to be so interesting for you. You're going to absolutely love it. I'm hoping you can get a good view of this actually. It's sort of seeing behind the curtain of PC retail, if you like. So, question from Max, existential question. Do you still enjoy PC space whilst making it work? Not any hobby. Yeah, it's good fun. Yeah, it's just, I quite like it. It's good fun. I'm actually also a doctor, so I do sometimes do shifts at the hospital, but I'm trying to make my business work. I've got some really cool product ideas that aren't just building PCs, so I'm going to keep that under my hat for now. But I'm in a good position because I can always go back to being a doctor if I can't make the business work. So, you know, I'm in a pretty sweet position. That's why the channel's called Computer Surgeon, if you're interested. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes making hobbies into a job does make it non-enjoyable. Depends, like, you know, as much as I'd love PC stuff, it's more about like the business and the freedom aspect that I want. Like, rather than having a 9 to 5, I want to have that freedom to earn money in my own way. So that's kind of the main reason I do it. I just do the PCs because I'm quite good at it and it's enjoyable. So yeah. Do the Antec C3 fans come wide in a crazy way like other cases? Are they acceptable? Depends what you mean by that. I mean, they use industry standard connectors, and it's got a hub, if that's what you mean. So, you know, it's as easy as any pre-installed RGB fans are going to be. So what we're doing now is this is Instapack foam. So you push the chemicals from left to right. So you do this, 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 and this, and it's basically expanding foam. Eventually, it will pop. There you go, and then you spread it out, and then you quickly chuck it into the PC like that, and it'll expand, and it will keep the graphics card from shaking up and down in transit, basically. So I put my hands here to stop it expanding too high, because then that means I can still put the glass panel back on. And it's really warm, this stuff, actually. It gets really hot. I think it's an exothermic reaction, that's why. Cool. So that will prevent excessive up and down movement of the graphics card in transit. But I also put it in a separate box anyway, so it's unlikely to get damaged even if I didn't put this stuff in it. But you know what? Some delivery drivers don't take care of your stuff, so I always take every precaution. That's a good question from Roman. So the smallest PC I've built is probably in a Fractal Terra case with a discrete GPU. I have done smaller ones in the InWin B1, I think it was, but I didn't have a discrete graphics card. So I think the Fractal Terra is the smallest one I've done, and I think that is pretty dang small. I think, you know, you can start going smaller than that, you're really in a niche market at that point. You know, Fractal Terra is already fairly niche being that small as it is. So there you go. So that foam is going to protect the graphics card in transit. If you've ever bought a pre-built PC, that's how that foam works, essentially. Alrighty. So I'm going to move that one out of the room, and then I'm going to do a speed build through my next one. Arduino PC. What does that even mean? I've seen that word before. What does that actually mean? I'm such a boomer, honestly. Right. 4.7 litre build. What case was that, Roman? Jasmine Cat, yes, send your PC part picker list. What you should do, Jasmine Cat, send me the list in the chat, and I'm starting a series where I'm going to be critiquing some PC part picker lists, getting people the best value, so I will address that in another video. I'll give you a quick once over now as well, of course. But Arduino is like Lego for building electronics. Oh right, doesn't have same power but can be very small. Oh, that's interesting. SKTC mini. I'm gonna have to look that up. I've never heard of that. SKTC mini ITX. Damn, that is small. It looks nice though. Like nice sort of aluminium and perforated look. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting. See, you meet all kinds of interesting people when you do live streaming. See, I wouldn't have got this just from comments. Yeah, sandwich style. Nice. Yeah, I quite like sandwich style for mini ITX. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. Okay. I've been thinking about it. I'm going to do the fractal focus build off stream, and I'm probably going to go offline in a minute. Only because I just got a load of stuff I need to do before I go to bed, so it's fine. What do you mean by full of cables? What are you trying to say, boy? All PCs are full of cables. Hopefully. That's the idea, right? You're a funny guy. You are a funny guy. And the customer will not know the pain that we went through earlier on, did it? Oh, you're talking about the case. Oh, I thought you were talking about my build. I thought you were taking a mic. I mean, you know, you can make them look really cool. I mean, they are cool. It's just, for me, the trade-off isn't worth it. Like, you're sacrificing too much. Whereas, you know, Fractal Terror, you can still get high-end stuff in there. Whereas you are going to make some sacrifices by going quite that small. The RAM price pains me. You might get a good deal on Black Friday, you know, worth waiting. RAM and SSDs often do get good deals on Black Friday, not GPUs though. Oh, Max, see, look, we've come such a long way. It was on my channel, yes, the cables are stuffed inside at the end. Yeah, they always are with ITX. Like, with the Fractal Terror that I did, you know, you can make it look half decent, but there's no real way to like properly cable manage such a small case. You do just put it in the gaps that are remaining, and that's one of the things you have to do. Yeah. Right, Jasmine Cat, send me that PC part picker list before I go. I need to see it. I don't subscribe to Roman. Hang on, I just got to get this up on the live stream chat. Go to channel. Alright, I'm subbed to you, my friend. I'll check out some of your content later. Yeah, I'm not surprised it's terrible for airflow. It doesn't look good for airflow. One sec. All right, I will hold on to await your PC part picker list, and I will have a look at it for you. And then I've got to go. Because one, my throat is absolutely rinsed from streaming for so damn long. And two, I just need to get some food and sort the cat out and everything. So what you can do, Jasmine Cat, is on PC Part Picker, there's a little URL. So towards the top of the list, you can copy and paste that URL, and it will say PC Part Picker / a load of gobbledygook, and then just copy and paste that URL into the chat, and then I'll be able to look at it for you. Just make sure when you save it that you haven't saved it as private. Yeah. It got deleted. Oh, dude, no. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. Right, can I? Oh, it's probably because there's a setting on here that doesn't let you put links in, does it? Oh, see, I'm rubbish at live streaming. Yeah, I don't know how. So, tell you what. Let me just look at PC. So, there will be a way that you can send it to me. Just give me one sec. So, what you need to do is on your thing, just copy the bit that says /list/ and then whatever the code is. Just copy the bit from /list onwards, send it to me, and then I will have a look at it for you. And also let me know what country you're based in, and we'll be all good. I've seen a load of hearts come through. I don't know if that means that people are liking the stream. If it is, thank you very much. Thanks, Roman. Appreciate that, my friend. That's probably what the hearts are for. I love it. Ridge, yeah. So the Ridge, actually, the cable management in the Ridge is not too bad. You can cable manage a bit in there, and It's not too bad, particularly if you're using a 12-volt cable rather than 8-pin. It is doable. I mean, I got a 4080 in there and a 7800X3D, so the Ridge is actually pretty sweet. I've got a couple of Ridge builds on the channel that you can check out as well. Ah, perfect, you're in Greece. So on the URL bit, so on mine it says https:/uk.pcpartpicker.com. What does yours say in the first bit? Does yours say like gr.pcpartpicker or EU or something like that? And then I'll be able to find your list. It's like TikTok, you can spam hearts. Oh, right. See, I don't know anything, do I? I'm actually an awful live streamer. I have no idea what I'm doing. I just do this for fun, to be honest, just because I happen to be doing some builds. You know how it is. Nah, it's the normal one. So the US one. So pcpartpicker.com/that. Okay. I got it. Right, so let's have a look. So, is there a way I can show this on the stream? There's got to be, isn't there? Let me have a look. Let me just duplicate the scene and we can have a look. Right, so duplicate. And then what we'll do is we will do window capture. We'll capture this one. Oh, beautiful. And it doesn't matter that you can see my email address because that's my corporate email address, so that's fine. Okay, so now we can just go zippity-dippity-do, make that nice and big. And then we can go like this. Honestly, this is the most like clapped stream ever, isn't it? And then what I'll do is I will minimize myself, or I won't because I clicked the wrong bit. Right. Here's the list. Right. Hopefully everybody can see this. I hope you don't mind me sharing this, but it's too late now. So if you don't like me to, then sorry. Okay. The greatest technician that's ever lived. Well, yeah, I wouldn't take that away from Salem, but yeah. Screen cap, window capture's better just in case, you know, all those sex tapes I made with your mum flash up on screen. I know you wouldn't want that. Right, so here we have Ryzen 7 9800X3D, Liquid Freezer 3, B850 Aorus Elite, Trident Z5, 2TB 990 Pro, 9070 XT, Antec C5, Montec Century 2. So what I'll say up front is that this is a nice build. This is nice, but you could make better use of your money, in my opinion. So if you have this much money to spend, I'm going to assume that you do. There are some ways that you can trim this down to get better value. It's also going to depend on what your usage is. If you're playing at 4K, that's going to change depending on if you're playing at 1440p. So CPU wise, it's an excellent CPU. It's the best one, really, isn't it? So that would be great. If you're playing at 1440p, I think that's reasonable to go for. If you're going to play at 4K, you can save yourself a good amount of money by going with a 7800X3D instead, and you're probably not going to lose any performance at 4K. CPU cooler is fantastic. Is that the black one or the white one? It's black one, perfect, yeah. I can't fault you on that cooler, it's fantastic. It's the best AIO I've ever used, so I would certainly stick with that. That's great. Motherboard is nice. You don't necessarily need to spend this much on the motherboard. Something like a B850 Gaming X would also do the job, probably about $50 cheaper. So that's something to think about if you want to save some money. If not, there's nothing wrong with that B850 Aorus Elite, so you'll be fine. Then your G-Skill Trident Z5, yeah, that's totally fine. I love the spec. You know, 32 gigs DDR5 6000 CL30 is perfect. That is exactly the spec that you want. You could probably get a cheaper kit. You don't necessarily have to get G-Skill. As long as it's that exact spec, DDR5 6000 CL30, you'd be fine. Storage, I mean, that's a great drive, but you don't necessarily need Samsung. There's nothing special about Samsung. So you could just get a 2TB drive, PCIe Gen 4, and you need to make sure it has a DRAM cache. I think on PC Part Picker there's a drop down for cache. So just put in something like 800 for the cache or something, and then you'll be able to find all the ones that have cache. So you don't necessarily need the Samsung, it's not really going to give you anything. The video card is nice. It's probably a bit overpriced. I think you could probably get a cheaper version. Like we said, there's no real benefit to going for any higher versions of the same graphics chipset. So any 9070 XT 16GB will have the same performance as any other within reason. So that's something you could maybe trim some money as well. Your case is great. I mean, it's probably a bit overpriced. I think the C3 ARGB will do just as good a job. And in fact, I think it actually looks a bit nicer than the C5. The only downside with the C3 is the cable management isn't the easiest. And then your power supply is great. I mean, that's fine. 850 watt would be plenty for this as well. So that's one way to save money. So, oh, fine. Yeah. So if that is a cheap 9070 XT, then you go for it. I love it. So you could get an 850 watt PSU instead if you wanted to save some money. But overall, like, if you built this PC, you'd be very happy with it. It'd be very fast. But you know, if you really min-maxed your build, you could get a 5080 into the same kind of budget, most likely. So, you know, it depends what you want to do with it. Well, Zeki says, I've got an i7 13700F with 5060. Is that a good bombo? A good combo. So I've got the i7. Whoa, you got the i7 for 70 bucks. Dude, that's a steal. And 13700F is still going to be great. So yeah, I think that's a fantastic combo, especially for that price. That's amazing. So what, Jasmine Cat, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this parts list. Just let me know what was your goal for this? What was the purpose? Like, what kind of gaming are you doing? What kind of resolution? And then I'll be able to put that in a video in future. So Zeki, yes, we've addressed that one already. Fantastic. So yes, that is an absolute steal for 70 bucks, my guy. You've absolutely nailed it there. So I think that's a great combo. You're not going to get any benefit from going any higher on your CPU with that GPU, so that's pretty good. Yeah, you should. If you were here a minute ago, you saw that we had those 5060 MSIs that have just come in for £210. I don't know what that is in dollars. Probably about 250. So that was a real good find. I wish I could have bought more of them. They only let me have 3. 1440p. Haven't got a chance to enjoy the latest games, so focus on those. Nice. So are you going to try and play the highest quality on story games, or do you want really high FPS in competitive games, or do you want both? CPU intensive games a lot, yeah, fine. So yeah, stick with the 9800X 3D. Shall I see if I can beat that and get you a better spec? So what I'll do is I'll just save your list. So I'll put Jasmine Cat, and the goal was 1440p IFPS. So we'll save that. I'll let you get to see all my other little builds there. So we'll edit that parts list. And we're on pcpartpicker.com. Perfect. Right, so let's see what we can do here. So 360mm, yes, that's fine. I don't want a Vetru really. Thermalright would be good. So you're going to save a lot of money. I'm just trying to, you know, I'm just going to show you what's possible basically with your budget. So you don't need a fancy motherboard for AMD. You just don't. So you don't need something like crap, you just need something decent. So Eagle AX, Gaming Plus Wi-Fi, they're both going to be pretty decent. That's 149, that's how much? It's 159. I think this looks like a good one, B650 Aorus Elite AX V2, 163, beautiful price. Okay, let's have a look at memory. 2x16, 6000 CL30. So you wanted RGB, so let's get this Silicon Power Zenith. Perfect, there you go, saved some more money there. SSD, so you need 2 terabytes, so we'll just put 1800 in there. We want it to be PCIe 4, and then we can sort by price. Just gonna have a quick check on the chat. Yeah, so Oh, it's Jammin Cat, not Jasmine Cat. I can't even read. Oh well. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Oh, so why are you looking on the American site then, rather than whatever your most local site is? Or do they not have it? Right, I'm just looking for one that I know is going to have a DRAM. Yes, this one does. This one has DRAM. So it can save some money there. But you just look at the principles that I'm using when searching for these graphics cards. So tell you what, we'll leave that for the end. And we will leave those for the end as well. So we're going to get C3 ARGB 8799, bang on, perfect. And then we'll get an 850 watt gold, 850. And I'm not going to get in a PVR, not going to get a Sama. Century 2, there we go, perfect. Oh, we're getting there. So we're at 1081, so what can we do here? 50 cents. Yeah, just get the PNY, that'll be fine. So you can see, look, we've got basically the same price, but you've got yourself a way faster computer just by sort of min-maxing a little bit and not going with the brands. So hopefully that's visible on screen now. So that would be much faster for the same amount of money. Or if you wanted to save money, then you just put in that 9070 XT. So you just go 9070 XT. Yeah, so we'll get one of these. Reaper, that'll be fine. Prime will probably be slightly better for the same money, so we'll get that. And look, you know, you're $300 less for literally the same performance, like literally the same performance as your last one. So, you know, you can save yourself a lot of money by knowing what specs to go for. But you know, the spec that you chose, it wasn't wrong. Do you know what I mean? It was still good. It's just that you can get more for your money. So this looks a lot better to me. I mean, you know, if you wanted to get that Arctic cooler, you would get slightly better performance from that. That'd be another $40 or whatever on top of that. That's totally fine as well. But this is like a min-max. Gonna really like get the most out of your money. So there you go. Okay. I am going to end the stream. So if there's any further questions before we finish, let me know. There's a slight delay on the stream, so obviously I'll wait a second, but I'm going to close this down in a moment because I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, and my cat is also very hungry, so I need to go. Oh, I've closed my window down. There it is. So if you, thanks Roman, appreciate that, bro. So German Cat, what you want to do is just have a look at that list in the corner there. Copy and paste that into your browser, then you can save it. And then you're good to go. Right, one more minute guys, and then I'm out of here. Already duplicated it. Love that. Love to see it. Love to see it. So, you know, it's just one of those things. When you work in PCs, you do get to know like what the real value is. The value is not in buying an expensive motherboard. The value is in buying a motherboard that does what you need it to do, but nothing more. Because there's no point overclocking AMD, so you're not going to get any overclocking features that are worthwhile. You can't tune the RAM much better than you get from Expo on AMD. Overclocking and RAM tuning is better on Intel systems, so that's where you might want to spend more money on your motherboard there, but for AMD, no way. You're just wasting your money, so this is going to be a lot better. The only thing I would say about this list is sometimes Silicon Power and Gigabyte motherboards don't always play nice, so you might want to get a different brand for the RAM. It's up to you. Chances are this will probably be fine, but if you want a bit of security, go for a different brand. Yeah, So that's it. I'm going to shut the stream down. Anything else? Perhaps you want to catch me in one of my uploads, I'd suggest you subscribe to the channel. And I might do some more live streams later this week if I've got some more PC stuff to do. We'll see. I've got loads of builds on at the moment. I've got a nice wooden build. I've just finished that silver Fractal Terra build. I've got Antec Performance 1M. I've got CH260. I've got NZXT-H5 Flow. I've got lots to be getting on with this week. So lots of good content coming. So I definitely recommend subscribing. And the picture quality and the videography is a lot better on the video uploads than it is on the live stream. I just do these for fun, just to have a chat with you guys and get going. All right, see you later. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.